Oh, Treaty, what and welcome. Morning. Sorry, power of coffee compels me and all that. And Wolfgrad, that's a first. However, Dustin, last month was yours. There was no wild multi-stream yesterday. As tempting as it was, like start like 5 or 6 streams, bring them down, start it back up again. So yeah, looking at the boards, oh, hang on. Yeah, May was yours and June was yours.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Who is this? Why is there blood? Why have I forgotten it?
It's like we're, Amnesia Toaster. Legend, fucking thank you. Only 45 months. 43 is a, I wouldn't say incomprehensible number, but I cannot translate that into years, so... Come on in, friends, come on in. And Aldrazini, that's not breaking down. I mean, Steam sales still going on to the 9th. Congrats. And Aeon, actually, I haven't had time to check who won. I haven't had time to do so much. But we can find out who won Clip of the Month Club. It is Legend, Nova, and J-Post. Legend screaming into the lead with PVS is officially dead from game.exe. Nova got the running water emergency, and that one dropped right at the beginning of the month. And then, of all the clips from Saturday's stream, the one that did the best was J-Post's I used to make video games when I was in the sexy Roman costume and the Gundam cardboard costume doing the fucking bouncy ears dance. Ooh, Ortrazini, that's a hell of a streak. I kind of wish we had like streak rankings. Sorry, Wolfcrad said that apparently there's a marching band near their house, in a nearby parking lot that's been practicing the Jaws theme. If that's not specifically targeted at me, then someone else is about to have a very bad day. Do sharks hold bank accounts? Can they pay people to play their own theme songs? But yeah, congratulations one and all. Legend, Nova, J-Post, I do believe I have all of you on Steam, but if not, please send me a friend request. Please let it be the same name. I will be selecting a video game for your lovely selves as soon as. Or maybe a couple. We'll see what the Steam sale does. I have like a little... I have a budget for games for each of you. With it being the Steam sale, I reserve the right to get a couple of things that I think you'll enjoy. And I do like the challenge, because I know Nova games on Mac quite a bit. So that makes things a little bit more interesting. and both J-Post and Legend, you'll got taste. So it's going to be interesting to find something that either you haven't seen that's new or something you've overlooked. Get a general vibe for what you're enjoying. Anyway, sorry, jumping back. Ortreatsy, yeah. I hope you're enjoying Cargo Hunters. I'm looking forward to having a good session on it at some point, but the call of Project Silverfish is too strong. And unfortunately, if it doesn't run on the Steam Deck, then it's not something I get to dedicate a lot of time to outside of stream. But it's not like Cargo Hunters is going anywhere. So yeah, slept terribly last night, played Brotato, and that is pretty much all I have done since last I've seen y'all. We're still watching The Cleaner, which is so accurately British it's painful at times, but not in a cringe way. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, Ortreatsy, you boot up Cargo Hunters now, and it's gonna be I cannot come to work. I have the black lung. Okay, this is apropos of nothing, but it always used to make me laugh that when a big AAA game used to drop, there would be loads of people at CA who would call in sick. And I still think about that, like, motherfuckers, what industry do you think we fucking work in? So yeah, I'll make a post about Legend, Nova, and J-Post winning, and I will attempt to add all of the... Actually, you know what? I'll just do it now. The only thing that was really hard this month was not featuring the clips on Twitch. So those are all now featured, and whilst I remember, just... download the versions and add them to Project Silverfish. So yeah, Aeon, thank you again for sponsoring this Clip of the Month club. And yeah. Okay, let's move the microphone where it's supposed to be. Let's get Discord all notified. Let's let Blue Sky know. Folks have a lot of feelings. Today is simultaneously a slow news day and a monumental news day in the same breath, which is wild. J-Post, no doubt. It actually makes me smile that the bar in the center of the city in Silverfish always has the TV on by default, and also that the hidden railway station has the telly on by default. So I just imagine this bartender just there cleaning glasses being like, "The fuck is this dickhead doing?" Or the rebels being like, "Dave, can you get any other channel?" "Nah, mate, it's just this fucking ginger twat." Okay. Sorry for the tippity-tappity make stuff happy.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Who's that? Hey!
4 years subbed. Perhaps it is me who was the numpty all along.
Who is the
Viking
greater numpty?
64 turnip.
The numpty or the numpty watching the numpty? I hope they keep the terrible laugh in the remake of Code Veronica. Did they keep Tiny Child Zombie Napoleon in the remake of Resi 4? I can't remember. Anyway, Lance and Legend, both of you, heckin' thank you. Alright? Vershi John Deere, a very doubtful guest, always. Catastros Numbers, what a would welcome. Welcome to simultaneously big news day, slow news day in equi measure. So yeah, if you need time zone appropriate beverages, grab them now, because I still got to let Blue Sky know what we're up to. So yeah, we're going to be getting into all the games news today. And then we're going to be playing Forgotten Blood, which is a macabre... I don't know. It's like Edgar Allan Poe's Kingsfield. I don't have a better way of putting it. Oh, very doubtful. Do no worry. I'll bring you up to speed. And Trashcan Fighter, also and welcome. Gear Graphics, sorry I didn't give you a proper personal greeting. Come on in, friends, coming in. Oh, little news. So you'll remember Thick as Thieves, Warren Spector's team's new project that sadly didn't do very well. So one thing I didn't realise. So Thick as Thieves was not their only project in development. It turns out that actually what kneecapped them was they were supposed to be doing a Dungeons and Dragons project that got the funding pulled back in like 2023, 24. Gear Graphic, I'm going to say pass, next question. I don't want to talk about me. I spend too much time with me. I know me far too well. And Scotty, what and welcome. Coming in, friends, coming in. Sorry? Yeah, sure. Little Fire's just making sure that I'm staying caffeinated. Okay, so DJ Coil, Dice, Chaunerus, everybody, Watto and welcome. Coming in. Let me just let Blue Sky know what we're up to, and then, yeah, if any of you need a coffee, need a tea, blood of your enemies, Red Bull, cake, Oh, cake's a good shout, DJ Coil. Go grab it now, and for Very Doubtful and everybody else, don't worry, I'll bring you up to speed as we're going through it. It's a fucking wild day. Trash can. It's a funny story about that. No, we'll get into that in a second. Yeah, the other thing that whilst I'm doing this, I can't spell macabre. Macabre. God, that always used to throw me off. Okay. Also, Kingsfield is like video games in the sense that I will always spell it as one word. Okay. Okay. Thank you all for waiting. I think DJ Coil, who's trying to make Popvania happen? That feels very, stop trying to make fetch happen. Okay, so let's get the little shit out the way first, because the big stuff we'll probably be talking about for quite some time. A lot of folks are very...
Here at the Afuli Shopping Centre, we like to remind people that if they see the world in monotone green, then insert a new camera lens in your eye.
As you should, as you should. Akari, thank you for the 200. As a new month has started, that does put you top of the boards. Thank you. So, we'll do tiny news first. A lot of people are shocked and surprised to find out that everybody working on Grand Theft Auto is on mandatory crunch, and that you have to get it waived. It does feel like everybody has forgotten that Rockstar grind their people into a fine powder and then, you know, chuck them out once they're broken. You know, Vanderbeest, what ho and welcome. And thank you for filling the pint glass. There isn't really much to add to that. Like, basically, Rockstar are going to try and stall unionization. They're going to try and stall recognizing their staff until GTA 6 is out the door, and then they can start the post-release cull. I mean, Vershi, that's what's so wild about it. Like, I saw it popping around, everyone being like, can you believe this is happening? Yes. Yes, I can very believe this is happening. Did you all forget Rockstar are bad? You know?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
A Kingsfield game, you say?
Indubitably, Martin, indubitably. Forgotten blood. Drawn by the call of an ancient crystal dagger, you journey to the Forgotten Valley, now ravaged by
We
stone
like to
plague.
remind you that if you lost a leg, you can't wave it around.
I mean, that's just practical. You can't wave a leg you're missing. Martin, thank you for fucking 83 months? How much time is that? Not in months. And Akari, thank you for the bids. Seriously. You know my feelings. I try not to sound like I'm just, you know, yet another streaming idiot being like, and thank you for throwing in the subscription. I super appreciate it. I worry about that frequently. Okay. Sadly, Trashcan, we have not had any updates on the next Rockstar table tennis game, but, you know, the fandom holds out hope. But yeah, okay, so while we're doing the little news, before we get into the big meaty stuff, so yeah, this is Forgotten Blood. This is what we're going to be playing after we're done talking. Came out tail end of last week. You know, it is from this blossoming Kingsfield-like micro-genre. You know, and it's got this wonderful macabre vibe to it. It looks very pretty. It looks fascinating. So, yeah. Whatever the newest flavor of Moonlit Ultra Greatsword is, I look forward to equipping it, and then getting myself into trouble. Verho Curse of Faces was excellent, and unfortunately the new game and the new game plus and new content elements weren't backwards compatible with my save. So I will say that if you didn't pick up Verho Curse of Faces, get it now and play it, because there's new weapons, new content, and new game plus, which is really cool. What's the difference between Kingsfield and Bethesda RPG? Aside from the tactile vibes of it and the speed, what's the best way to describe the difference between the two? Let me get some more coffee in my system. Because, like, the Bethesda RPG is very much an offshoot of, like, the post-Ultima kind of RPG. Trying to take that whole, you know, truly open-world RPG and make it into something more accessible. You know, something 3D and visual, you know. Kingsfield was always a dungeon crawler at its heart. It's slow, it's methodical, it's fucking hard as nails. The penultimate RPG. Your hotel living is messing with your pun gamage. Anyway, this is what we're going to be playing later. We can talk. We can talk kind of like the definition. Well, I shouldn't even say definition. Like, a lot of stuff that we're encountering now isn't easily defined by genre stuff. It's that thing of like, if you play it, you know it, but to inscribe it is more difficult. Anyway, so you know what? Let's just get into the meat. So, PlayStation have announced they will no longer be doing physical games as of January 2028. So, like what, year and a half? This has gone down like a shit in a swimming pool. And, like, Jess said this morning, it's very funny that both the once big monolithic giants of, you know, Western gaming, Microsoft and Sony, are in a contest to see who can fuck their own shit fastest. And they're taking very different strategies. You know, Sony have pulled back on PC releases at the same time as they have discontinued, like, what was it, like 400 movies? Oh, sorry, and I shouldn't even say discontinued. Due to a licensing agreement now lapsing, there are a crap load of movies that if you bought movies through Sony, through PlayStation, you just don't get those anymore. Like, and I don't mean like they're no longer available for sale, but you can download and play them. They're just gone. You cannot play them. You will not get a refund. Oh, Lawrence, we'll get there. We'll get there at the fucking the irony buffet that we have been delivered. This is a dogshit move. And it's one of those ones whereby, like, if you want to look at the pure business decisions of it, you can see some sense, you know. You make significantly less on physical games than you make on digital games. and you've still got to put a thing in a box and ship it around the world. But at the same time, there is still a huge amount of PlayStation's consumer base that are not purely digital. So where their thinking is going, like, there's so many thoughts on it, right? One of them being is that they want to reduce the number of like physical SKUs they have, like get rid of the PlayStation 5 with disk drive, just do the digital version. It could be that they've seen Grand Theft Auto 6's huge spike, because bearing in mind, Grand Theft Auto 6 is pre-order selling better on PlayStation than anywhere else. And it is only a digital game. The physical box copy of Grand Theft Auto 6 is just digital with extra steps. So maybe they're looking at that data and going, oh, well, people clearly don't want physical copies. Yes, well, and the thing is very doubtful is that it's procking a lot of conversations like that. Because in the digital ecosystem, trust is pretty much the main currency. People are fine with Steam because Steam has been around for a long time. Steam do not routinely make you rebuy titles. They don't delist large swaths of their catalog. You know, your copy of Stardew Valley that you bought when Stardew Valley came out still works. PlayStation have not kept a consistent track. They're flip-flopping between the PlayStation Store, which has not been maintained. The PlayStation Digital Collection are mostly cloud-run copies. So, fuck, what was it I played? The Legend of Matt Hazard the other day. No, it wasn't the other day, it was last year. Fucking time travel. But you can't play that on a PS5. You can stream it being played on a cloud service somewhere. Well, see, Martin, that's also the thing. Games delisted from Steam are still yours. They are still available. Now, this is one of those things where I don't know exactly what we're looking at here. If this is just something they've wanted to do for a long time, and Grand Theft Auto 6 has given them the confidence to go full digital. I don't know if this is something larger. The US games market, at least from a AAA standpoint, is fucked. So it could be that they're trying to find ways to reduce costs in those regions, or if Sony are now refocusing on... The problem is, I hate referring to it as the Asian territories, because that always feels more than a little racist. Feels a little bit Orientalism. I need a better catch-all for Japan, South Korea, China. Because I don't know what Chinese purchasing habits are like for Chinese consumers. It does feel colonialist, unholy glee, and especially with my accent as well. I was out in the colonies the other day. You know what I mean? Anyway. I don't know how folks in the Chinese games market buy their games. You know, a lot of the knowledge we have is very outdated. And all of the folks who are looking to sell games in the Chinese market are putting themselves in this point of like gatekeeper of both knowledge and region. So I don't know how that works. For a long time, we pretty much believed that like the old school style of like South Korea and China are predominantly based around net cafes, which is why they love online games so much. Because you have an account and you can play that account in any net caf. But, you know, the amount of average disposable income within a lot of regions of China are well above. Now, So, Scotty, the term that I've been told is fine to use is like ANZ for Australia, but Australia, New Zealand, and the general kind of like oceanic region down there, they don't buy a lot of games. Australia is a huge continent. They don't buy a lot of games. And the game spending populace of like New Zealand and places like that, they're not even in the top 20 regions that buy video games. Okay, there's one caveat. Well, I shouldn't say caveat. There's one bit of house cleaning that I want to put up before we continue this conversation. Emulation is a thorny subject. Sony have been litigious in the past, not always successful when it comes to discussions around emulation. Nintendo are about the only of the early companies that have ever seen any value in maintaining their back catalog, which is why they're able to sell Zelda every console generation and people buy it. They have maintained the value of it. Emulating games that you do not own is still considered piracy. Piracy is not something that we can endorse on Twitch.television. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? There are a lot of people who are going to start talking about, preservation of games through emulation, and, if purchasing isn't owning, then piracy isn't stealing. These are philosophies that endorsing on a recordable platform could land one in trouble. Now, I'm not endorsing either of those. I would never do such a thing. But also, nothing in ASCII. There is a chance that this shift to digital will cause Sony to go hella litigious on emulation, because at that point, if every title in the PlayStation ecosystem is digital, then emulation and piracy will be seen as a direct consumption of profits. Well, no, and see, this is why, I feel like I'm the only person who knows this, but, PlayStation emulators aren't legit. You can emulate PlayStation hardware, but not the BIOS. The BIOS, you have to flash from a console that you own. That has been the case since the PlayStation 1, throughout all of the consoles. So if you are running a PlayStation emulator, and you haven't flashed the BIOS, that's piracy. Or, well, that's against T's and C's and whatnot. I am not saying that I personally think that emulation is bad. And I'm not saying that I think they should do this. But if you see somebody running around, running their mouth about emulation stuff, it's like someone blasting open the speakeasy. You know what I'm saying? You don't announce the secret speakeasy password on social media. Sorry, I couldn't subtweet you any harder. But seriously, stuff like emulation only succeeds for as long as it is under the radar as much as possible. And for homies, there are YouTubers who will talk openly about how they're excuse me, who will talk openly about how they're running games on emulation, and I have to be like, hey, don't say that, because it's very difficult to prove that media is running on emulated hardware, because you can claim upscalers, you can claim all sorts of stuff, but if you fucking say it. Anyway, it's just because oh yeah, I mean, Lance, something that somebody pointed out, the whole thing with the ESA talking about private servers was a way to confuse and obfuscate legislation. The ESA are not our friends, but they did stop the California government having control over, digital video games. Even an arsehole clocks rice every now and then. I mean, not like California is no longer the center of video games, but that would have been just a final little fucking death nail. So Scotty, it was in the Stop Killing Games talk. Now that conversation hasn't completely died, so it's not dead. But the ESA was in the hearing about the proposed California Games Bill, where games companies would have to provide offline versions of online games, or the resources for players to run their own servers in the event that a game, or refund them in the event that a game goes offline. During that hearing, they were talking about how, players run illegal Minecraft servers in the ilk. Well, no, the EU also debated it, and the EU just went, nah, we're not fucking with this. Which might be the most authentically politician experience. I honestly think it's quite funny that there is a large group of gamers cheering for more legislation over our games, but we talked about that yesterday. We don't need to come back to that. I just want to do some house cleaning, because I think people have forgotten how serious and how litigious companies like Sony and Nintendo will get over emulation. Like emulation, abandonware, things like that, they exist in the gaps between legalities. They are not legal and safe. So I just wanted to do that before we start getting into this, because we're in some wild fucking territory here. Now, it is very, very funny, and Lance was pointing this out, so we can go back around to it, that Sony famously shat on Xbox very publicly, because I want to say, I can't even think how many Xboxes it was ago, but Microsoft came out and said that, was it for the Xbone? The Xbox? Their naming convention sucks so badly, I can't even. And Chaunerus, I don't know what it will look like, but you may not be wrong. There is a strong chance that Xbox won't exist in the next couple years, and Sony's battering down of the hatches is going so far wrongly the other way that, we might see these two juggernauts keel over, and not because one defeated the other in single combat. I was saying to Jess this morning, I was like, the Dreamcast died because the PlayStation beat it to death. Now, I love the Dreamcast, it's one of my favorite consoles, but Sony outplayed them in every part, and the Dreamcast launch was bungled. If everything's an Xbox, then nothing is. And, okay. The everything's an Xbox. You know what? All right. There's so many threads going on in my head. The first one being that, back in the Xbox or the Xbox One era, Microsoft announced that any games that you bought would be tied to your account, even if you bought a physical game. And so Sony famously did a skit where they showed how you would share games on the PlayStation, where a person takes a game and hands it to another person. I'm not taking the things. I'm bringing you into the conversation.
I didn't get excited either.
You're always welcome to join me.
You took my fucking shit.
I credited you.
You didn't credit shit. You said I was talking to Nigafire earlier. You sound like...
Anyway,
Yeah.
getting heckled. Yeah, virtually, it's uncanny. It's like an audible mirror. Anyway, this was a famous thing that people have pointed out, and Sony are getting dragged on pretty much every front. Ironically, that was back in 2013. You know, back in the old days of E3 and whatnot. And so now everybody is having very serious conversations about, you know, PlayStation 6 and Project Helix, that we may not see either of these. And that's where things are getting interesting. See, Lance was saying that Xbox is starting to feel like the Mixer days, and everyone's been joking about the whole everything's an Xbox, but the everything's an Xbox plus the Game Pass strategy was pretty good. See, it is too expensive to make a console right now because the planet's fucked. Well, maybe not the planet, but the United States is fucked. Alright? Getting a physical console here is ridiculous. Now, you all know all of the reasons why. We don't need to go into those. But the Everything's an Xbox campaign plus Game Pass would have meant that people who were already in the Microsoft ecosystem would have stayed. Because it's like, fuck, well, I'll just keep my Game Pass going and I'll play stuff on the PC or something. I don't know. You know, oh shit, well, at least I can stream some games to my phone, and, you know, you're still part of the ecosystem. And then Xbox can turn around and go, oh, well, you know, we have these cool games coming from all of these interesting and unique developers. We have these absolute bangers that are going to be coming to Game Pass. Now, whatever has changed behind the scenes, whether this is like the hatchet job before Xbox is completely annexed, whether Xbox is the emergency escape pod of people trying to get out of, you know, Microsoft's main org before the AI cull comes, we don't know. But there are no studios to make games inside Xbox, and there is no Xbox to play Xbox games on. They are betting their entire future on a remake of Halo and a prequel of Gears of War. Cool. Cool. Sony have decided to batten down the hatches and bring everything back to their console. You know, exclusives will be console only. Everything's staying on the PlayStation ecosystem. And they're looking like they're going to have a bumper fucking year when Grand Theft Auto drops, right? However, what happens after that? Like, God of War Luffy looks incredible. I don't think that is a game that will be able to hold up the very expensive machine they have created. Well, so Unholy Glee, the problem being is that we're on the outside. Microsoft have made a bunch of statements over the last couple of days. What was the last horse shit they were talking about? That Xbox is reportedly testing a way for you to digitize your old physical games. So you'll be able to take your old games and put them into the Xbox Helix, and then it'll digitize them, and you can just play them on the. There isn't going to be an Xbox Helix. There isn't going to be a fucking swimming pool. Well, right? Like, so you're telling me Xbox are going to give us the ability to digitize our games, thus removing the means to pay for games? Sure.
Sure, Dan.
It's fucking... you know. But what we know is that what's a face of who is the current Xbox front is just running around just saying anything. The fiscal year, I believe, has just ended, and according to what we've heard from Bloomberg, the Xbox cuts will be announced on the 6th. Sure, Jan. Thank you. That's the thing, Unholy Glee, you don't even need to post the GIF. I can see it in my mind. Well, no, so Jamami, they're just saying anything right now. You know, they can announce anything. Whatever cull is coming down the pipe is going to be so brutal. They just don't care about what they're saying. Sorry, I was just rechecking to find the quote, and that's wild. EVE Online made their Carbon engine open source. Didn't even see that till just now. Gear graphic, I don't know. If I'm being honest, I don't know. We're in new territory. Like, the cyclical nature of video games, how they were made, where they were made, gave us a certain grounding to do predictions and nonsense. What does games look like moving forward? Who fucking knows? Who fucking knows? Well, so Cindermox, I do refute that. It's not that you can just say stuff and have no consequence. Those things stack, right? You know, PlayStation's desire to go fully digital. When they announced the PS6, they were like, "Look, we're going to be getting rid of physical media, and we're going to be moving into this. And here are the reasons why. Here's what we're doing." That's one thing. The fact that they're saying it now, trying to bury it before, you know, Grand Theft Auto 6 does a full only digital release. Because again, Grand Theft Auto 6 is a digital only game. They're selling people codes in boxes.
Yeah, but it's a very nice box. You know?
It's a really nice box. They're pre-ordering a code in a box.
It's gonna look great in my cardboard box when I get home.
It'd be so good. The fact that is spiking, the fact that they have just removed 500 movies from people's accounts, like all of this stacked up together, is creating this little shit show, and everything that has been said prior that Sony has run their mouth about is all coming to pass. It's not that there won't be consequence, it's that there won't be a swimming pool. There isn't even going to be a house. Like, we have our Microsoft execs running around saying fucking anything. Whether they believe that shit or not, that's what we don't know. Like I said, they could be using Xbox as a life raft. Or it's about to just fucking die wholesale. I don't know. But yeah. What's fucking annoying is that we're not seeing this downturn because video games suck. You know, a lot of us predicted that the downturn was going to happen because the way in which big studios were making games was going to get so expensive that all it would take is a couple of failures. The problem is a huge number of these massive companies have put all their money into other sectors, and those sectors were complete horseshit. And now the bill is coming due, and they need to make it look like number go up. So they're just obliterating huge swaths of the US industry. But yeah, this is fucking wild. And the fact that this is where we're at. Like, PlayStation just announcing this offhand in a fucking press release on a Wednesday. On a fucking Wednesday. Like, they are just trying to get this out the way. And Verdant, I saw that, and the problem is that, yeah, there is a closed loop of BizDev and C-suite folks who have all been just huffing shit since 2020. They were huffing play to earn, they were huffing, you know, NFTs. They've been huffing crypto for a couple years and then got into the AI nonsense. And anyone in that space who pointed out, like, hey, this is bad, do not fucking do this, gets just yoked. The people with money have already convinced themselves. So if you want to be in the conversations with the people who have money, you have to agree with them. You know, I remember talking to my buddy who was very biz dev a couple years back, and he was just making a living having conversations with people who were convinced that, you know, generative AI was going to be the future. He doesn't believe that shit, but he has to talk to people who do if he wanted to continue being in those conversations. Yeah, the king is naked and doesn't have a game in a box. Don't acknowledge it, or he'll ostracize you. I can talk about this shit openly because no one gives a shit what I say. You know what I mean, right? Like, I'm not in conversations with whoever the fuck. VCs don't come talk to me. I'm not in publishing conversations. Fuck off. I am no king. Kings have power and rule.
You have power in your little world.
No, I don't have power in my little head. That's why I can't sleep. Yeah. I mean, can you fucking imagine midway through like an Xbox corpo meeting and Matt Booty has to start squatting? I think that would genuinely improve it. But oh. But then again, friends, if I just had a room full of people who agree with everything I said, oh, that would be extremely boring. But it's just the money folks have spent so many years isolating themselves through more and more insane shit. Like, this is the thing. Money people don't like talking to me because I will go, that's a fucking stupid idea. And they don't want to hear that. They want to hear like, oh my god, generative play to earn NFT AI slop is such a great idea. Oh my god. Fuck off. Unfortunately, I am too honest. It doesn't do me well. Alright, 10 squats and a dab. Be the title of my second book. Third book. Yeah, well, one of the reasons why I do like talking with all of you lot is that some of you are games industry, some of you are not, but you all have a wonderful, varied view of opinions. So hopefully it stops this from just being the Will's right show. Honestly, I wish I was wrong about more things, because then the games industry would be in a better state. Yeah. And Scotty, well, and the thing is by the time the money folks realize that shit's bad, realize that the wheel has turned, they're already in a we have to make number go up, and they can only achieve that now by doing massive culls. The Will Wright Show? I love that guy. Alright, squat one out for you all. One.
Don't ever say that again. That's disgusting.
You're right, I hated it since I said it. 3.
I think I lost bone density.
Don't make me laugh. Little Fire said, I think I lost bone density on that one.
And never say that again, ever. Ever. I'm suing. Emotional distress.
Ah, joke's on you. I have no money to sue.
I don't care.
Well, and that's the other thing. Hang out with people that are funnier than you. Okay.
Yeah. Hang out
Fine.
with funny you.
6.
Will,
I was bringing our conversations into the world.
you know how to properly cite your sources.
6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, and Aperture! Ooh, nearly ate shit there. Okay. So yeah, I'm trying not to just recite the doom that we know. But I do think it's worth repeating. Like the last time we had a video game crash of this severity, it was due to an overabundance of product that users did not want to buy. And as I was talking about yesterday, I think, we've had shifts in the industry, right? Like the MMO Zerg wave after World of Warcraft, the industry shift away from point-and-click adventures to shooters when Doom took over, shit like that. We've had gear shifts in the industry, but we've never had anything in the US like this. Now, Japanese economy crash and, the PS2 to the PS3 fucking decimated the Japanese games industry. And because they were predominantly putting out very, very similar titles, they were just banging out JRPGs of varying, qualities, and much like a lot of other titles, that's not we didn't see as much variety as we were seeing amount. Now, what is interesting though is that a lot of those Japanese companies kept their numbers lean and kept making games in a very similar way. And now that the US games industry has eaten shit, they're over there being like, yeah, we just made Resident Evil 9. Oh, how many copies did it sell? All. And then we followed it up with a new IP, which also sold fucking great. Yeah, well, and Scotty, there was also, like, I talked about this yesterday, but there's also the thing of, like, point-and-click adventures weren't for everybody, but they were the main genre in games for quite a while. And then Doom comes along and says, like, hey, what if you just ran down some corridors and shot some guys? Maybe sometimes on your days off, you don't want to have to work out a whole new language. Maybe sometimes you just want to shoot some dudes. Anyway. Like, what we're seeing at the moment isn't just one thing. We're seeing essentially like a little perfect storm. Hardware is being nuked because of real-world bullshit. Studios are being nuked because the publishers that had the money went all in on generative AI, and now that bill has come due. And, the video game division's the first one to get fucking culled. And North America was, whether it still is, we won't know until the end of the year, but was one of the biggest spenders of video games. That's not the case anymore. Like, this is the triple storm. However, in terms of people just buying games on the regular, North America's still very healthy as an ecosystem. It's just not to the super huge, like, earth-shattering numbers. Grand Theft Auto is going to be described in conversations and business calls as just a game, not what it is, which is a monolithic media property. They could sell that thing on, Wagyu steaks, and people would find a way to fucking order it. Sorry. TikTok keeps sending me, keeps feeding me Wagyu beef cooking videos. I'm like, fuck off. But also, that looks amazing. Anyway. There was a strategy in place. And I think what's hard is seeing this pivot away from
survival to whatever this like lemmings maneuver is. Because like, why would you sell your studio to Microsoft? Because Microsoft has infinite money and it's safe. Except for now it's fucking not. But not because the games division has done badly, but because other bullshit has happened. And, you know, the Xbox part of the org is going to end up footing the bill for somebody else's fuck up.
I know you don't condone piracy, but it's a good way to acquire GTA. 5 stars.
That technical pause there is the in Minecraft of discussions. Yo ho, my friends, yo ho. And Errorman, thank you for 1,000, mate. I mean, like I said, Lance, we know why. It's just infuriating because it's not all... Games didn't stop selling. And I think that's what's driving me up the wall, right? You know... Hell, like, we've joked about things like Concord and stuff like that, but... You know, Concord was more an example of poor management and bloat than it was, you know, user intent. Hell, given enough time, there's nothing that says Concord couldn't have found its feet. A lot of these titles. But yes, you know, with live service first-person shooters and third-person shooters, there are only so many a user can play. I mean, Scotty, Concord was just fine. Concord's problems were... God, Concord's problems were deep ingrained. Even if we were still at the early blossoming point of, you know, offering people huge online projects, the toxic positivity of the studio, the amount of bloat, the time it took to develop, and the cost that ended up being, like... Because actually, Fallout 76 is another great example of you can maintain these titles for a long time if there is a core idea. And yeah, Alnus, the telly show, well, the Amazon, not quite Love, Death and Robots, but video games, but almost, would have been a great shot in the arm. You know? Secret level, thank you, Wolfcrad. Anyway, sorry, I'm dragging in things that aren't desperately important to the conversation. I just more mean that there are a few examples of like what we're looking at as corporate failure, which more traditional thing did not go well. But what we're seeing now, it's just all of the stupid decisions over the last few years, and the bills are coming due. And the people in positions of power are trying to make it look as if they haven't fucked up. Number go up. But none of the current maneuvers are taking into consideration the situation we find ourselves in. And it is wild to think that we are looking at the death of Xbox and PlayStation, and not due to each other, like, fighting each other out. It's fucking wild. Now, PlayStation could continue from this. Digital sales are still the primary purchasing method for a lot of users. Grand Theft Auto is going to do fucking gangbusters. And it is very likely that we are no longer what is considered that, again, we're talking about the US. The US is no longer considered valuable enough to be part of the conversation. It could be that this is exactly the move they need to do to head into, the Chinese market, and they'll see a huge explosion in sales. And we'll just be sitting over here going, guess we're not at the conversation anymore. Or we're seeing the end of it, really. Because if the PS6 is at the same price point as everybody else who's going through this bullshit, like, what does that even fucking look like? What are some soundtracks? The death of consoles will be quite the blow. And it would be sad to see games move back into, like, expensive hobbyist media. It would suck. The mobile market can't sustain really fucking anything. And though, due to a bunch of reasons that are well outside our control. Yeah, but on Holy Glee, the price point of the Steam box is the cheapest they can sell it to us. That's what's so fucking wild. Any cheaper, and they're going to get even more scalped, because if they go under the price of, similar hardware, people are just going to buy them, strip them for parts, resell them. Consumers will get none. And as Valve were very honest, like, the hardware manufacturers told them how much it would be, and their choices was say yes or no Steam box. No GabeCube. You know who loves talking about video games? Hamsters. That's a science fact. I always kept a straight face. Hamsternator, Beaker Pals, Watto and welcome. Coming in. How was your stream? What were you up to? We're just digesting, deconstructing, fighting the day's game news. We haven't even talked about Craft On. Yeah, it's a waffle fest. It's a waffle fest. Yeah, I mean, Minnesota, it's very funny that, like, they never even maintained X and A, even when that was winning. Hamsternator, you don't even know. You don't even know. But I can't say anything, and that's what's annoying. Hamsternator's been playing Infra, which is a fascinating non-spoopy horror game. Actually, Jim Tresina made a really good point last year about how Still Wakes the Deep didn't need to be a supernatural horror, that being on an oil rig that's failing is fucking terrifying enough. And I've been thinking about that a lot. Infra is very much the, failing infrastructure and being buried alive is terrifying. You don't have to have an ooga booga booga monster to make something horrifying. Oh! I found the quote I was trying to find earlier today that Xbox have been saying in interviews that they're going to be investing the same amount of time and money into Xbox stuff moving forward. Even though we know from Business Insiders they're about to do huge layoffs. Yeah, Unholy Glee. Godot announcing a ban on AI code, and that anything LLM coded has to be declared. Jesus loves you, Kaz. Everyone else thinks you're a cunt. Hey, Jamami. It's always good to see you, even briefly, and I hope you have yourself a lovely rest of your day. But also, with a lot of this stuff, I hope you understand that the reason why I spend time every day pointing out good games that are coming out, pointing out, like, the big wins, is because the old empires are dying, but the medium is not dead. I think that's important to discuss, or at least important to highlight. I'm in two minds about whether to show them the game that you and I found from the students. I kind of want to surprise them with it. So yeah. We've talked a lot about the wheel turning, and this might be the last few clicks on the ratchet before video games as a medium rebuilds itself into whatever we have next. Whatever that last point was completely dropped out of my head. Sorry, I'm still surprised with EVE Online putting their Carbon engine as open source. That one slipped through the cracks. Oh, and the weird one from today. So the Subnautica 2 versus Krafton thing has been concluded. Krafton have agreed to pay out the $250 million bonus to staff. But at the same time, Ted Gill, the CEO of Unknown Worlds, is also stepping down. It doesn't say he's quitting, but he's not going to be the CEO in charge of Unknown Worlds. I just like... Oh, C222, what and welcome. I'm sure the AI told him to do it. Nah. DJ Coyle says that Ted Gill was always going to leave. Okay. I honestly thought Unknown Worlds was going to go independent after this. No. So Ted Gill was the dude who Krafton kicked out during this whole kerfuffle, and then was forced legally to reinstate him. Now he's tapping out. But, you know, what we do know is that the bonuses will be paid out in 3 installments to staff, including new recruits. So, you know, that makes me real happy. Like, Notch might have turned out to be a piece of shit, but I always think about how he gave everybody who was at Mojang, when the sale went through, a huge chunk of change. Even the bloke who'd been there for like 3 weeks. Actually, Sadlin, no, I didn't. Salem was asking if I ever got the chance to dig into GB Studio All-Star The Machine. Because there was a GB Studio horror game that even got like a physical cartridge release. I think we spoke to one of the devs behind it at some point. But I never got the chance to dive into it proper. Oh, excuse me. Cheeky T-burps. T-burp to assert dominance. Okie dokie. But yeah, that's it from the hot sheet today. This is either the beginning of the end of, well, PlayStation, or this is the big shift away from the US entirely. Whether we're seeing a full downfall or just such a paradigm shift away from us, we won't know for at least another year and change. I believe the end of the fiscal year, or the current quarter, has just ended. So whatever kind of like tactical PR nonsense that we've seen should be coming to a close. And now they're going to begin yelling about how great everything is and how their profits are all up because we fucking fired everybody. And yeah, sorry to repeat it, but so far as we know, the 6th is when they're going to announce all of the Xbox layoffs. Because of course right now, everybody up on the chopping block has no loyalty and very little chance of an immediate rehire, so everything coming out of Xbox is leaking like a sieve. God. I did think though, so GTA is going to be digital only. What is going to happen to the PlayStation servers night of? Do you think Grand Theft Auto is going to be able to fully DDoS PlayStation? Because that would be extremely funny. We know from the leaks at Rockstar that the PlayStation is where the majority of their customers are. You know what Silksong did, and that wasn't even nearly as big a download. And DJ Coil, I hope so. Sorry, DJ Coil was just saying, jumping back to the previous conversation, that the Subnautica team should be fine, and I hope so. The worry, of course, being is that Krafton is hella in bed with AI stuff, and that they too will have a bill coming. Krafton is also in bed with defense, so we'll see how that all pays out. Just fucked up. I guess, you know what? I really love Subnautica, and Unknown Worlds is the kind of studio that doesn't really get enough credit for where they came from and where they go to. I know we talk about it a lot, but you know, that isn't a studio that was like a rich, famous person brought a bunch of people together, or, you know, Silicon Valley types doing careful, like, crossed arm poses in front of a fucking water fountain. Like, they were a bunch of modders. They made Half-Life do shit it was never supposed to. And then they tried to make Half-Life 2 do the same, and then went, wait, why don't we just make this good? Why don't we just make this for ourselves as a standalone game? And they did. You know? I guess what's frustrating is, I often feel like Deckard Cain mode when we're talking about games. Knowing all these tales and these stories, knowing how these studios have sprung into life and survived throughout these hardship periods. And it is insanely infuriating to look at giant juggernauts that have near infinite resources being like, oh, we're so poor and we're so whittled. Guess we have to ruin the lives of thousands of people. Playing my tiny violin. Fuck off. Stay a while and natter. The Horodron cube is lodged firmly in my urethra. And you know what? As much as it's easy for me to say, you're right. There was never a situation in which Microsoft and Sony were going to start, like, putting together... Verdant, what? What? There was never a situation in which Microsoft and Sony were going to put together, like, good R&D teams, good, solid, like, development houses that do small projects and fast development stuff. That was never going to happen, like, because they could never turn their eyes away from the huge, dizzying heights that they once commanded. There will not be another Halo Reach night. Right? And honestly, like, once Final Fantasy VIII... Well, and that's the thing, the Final Fantasy VII Remake isn't a Sony exclusive. They biffed that. Like, someone at PlayStation fucked up that relationship with Square. I mean, Gig Graphic, I guess so. It's hard to turn away from the glittering city of gold, even if it's fake, and build something sustainable, you know? Nobody wants to have a business meeting about how do we create crop rotation in game development. They want to have a meeting about how we're going to make the next big thing, the bigger thing that's bigger than the other thing. Sure, mate. Sure. You know. What's infuriating is, like, both Microsoft and Sony have live service titles that could be sustained, but they're not. They're not. Like, Sony just killed Destiny 2. Not reduced it, not, like, they're killing it. It's gonna be gone. Like, they're not even putting it on, like, a long-term life support to, like, maintain a user base. You know? Those of us who Sea of Thieves, the amount of content that has been going into Sea of Thieves over the years has reduced significantly. And while I don't think Rare has made a statement about it, like, Sea of Thieves is running on a skeleton crew. Pun incredibly intended. Yeah. Well, Scotty, actually, my theory is that Final Fantasy 16 being a PS5 exclusive off the jump did not sell well. And then whoever's job it was at Sony to smooth that relationship just fucking didn't. And now Square's like, fine, we're just going to sell Final Fantasy 7 remastered everywhere. Sorry, I'm not trying to manifest a remake of Final Fantasy 8, but I'm also very trying. Don't bring back the draw system. Oh yeah, Chonorus, like, absolutely. And, like, the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy will make its money back, like, fucking guaranteed. But it's, well, not guaranteed if they stayed as a PlayStation exclusive. Sorry, Uber down with, I'd love a remaster of Triple Triad. I mean, Final Fantasy VIII. It's alright. Unholy Glee, you, me, and the other 3 fans of Final Fantasy VIII can get together. Sometimes when I'm really stressed, I put on the Balam Gardens music. I just do that. Moose, I must have missed that one. I guess I don't really dance in the Magic the Gathering circles. Chonorus, what is this Final Fantasy XIV you speak of? Man, if only someone had told me about it. I mean, I can't play it because there's no free trial, but you know, I'm sure you all are enjoying it. I'll set him up, you'll knock him down. Okay. So is there anything on the PlayStation front that I haven't covered that you'd like to add to? Like I said, I think we're all very much jarred. Because this has come out of nowhere. This isn't like an E3 announcement alongside a huge console. You know, this is some fucking weird-ass Shadow Games shit being played before the next console generation, well, the dead console generation has even begun. PS5 no games comes full circle. I mean, the thing that Jess keeps mentioning, the thing that we keep talking about, Bloodborne 2 when? And I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. Again, whoever's responsibility it was to go to FromSoft and be like, we need Bloodborne 2 on this console. Fuck that deal. Neo Shadow, what and welcome. And at this point, whatever price From Software put down and said, all right, we'll do Bloodborne 2, and this is how much it'll cost. Or this is, like, this time we get to keep the IP. You know, shit like that. Whatever that deal went down, someone fucked that. And honestly, the reason why it probably got fucked, I have no way to back this up. This is literally me taking a handful of rune bones and throwing them on the desk. But my gut tells me Sony's whole we're going all in on live service games gave them this unearned confidence, like, all right, FromSoft, yeah, sure, Elden Ring sold great, but you're not making any, you don't have a live service game. We have 8. Oh, you want a blank check for Bloodborne 2? Come back to us when you need us. Well, so Chonorus, how much did Nintendo pay for Duskbloods? That's the thing that I'm pondering. Because Night Rain was multi-platform. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. Night Rain was an incredibly smart product. I fucking love playing it. And again, shout out to Virals and Sauron for letting me tag along. I actually was watching the Vati Vidya on The Guardian, and how he's the only one of the characters you can play as that doesn't have like a sin to repent for, but he was the last survivor. So the reason why he sticks around the Night Keep Hold, what have you, is because he doesn't have a flock to protect. So his new friends are his flock. He's just a big bird guy that wants to look after people. Whoa, Verdun, that's probably Square being like, all right, Sony, you're not playing ball with us either. Now, again, we talk about this a lot. Nintendo's not in the games business. Nintendo's in the Pikachu business. And so they have Pikachu money. I mean, shit. At least they're understanding how to maintain and navigate through the current like games climate. Because like Microsoft still has infinite money. Even after the AI bill comes due, Microsoft is not going to stop being one of the biggest companies on the planet. They're not going to stop being an evil super juggernaut. But for some reason, like, they've decided to just take the Xbox division, cram them under the stairs, and beat them with a stick. They don't have infinite enough money, yeah. And whatever Sony's strategy was, it has not paid off, and now they don't have a strategy moving forward. Well, so Neo Shadow, because of the bullshit of how they operate, what it should be is the quote-unquote AI division should be beaten with sticks. But for whatever reason, they can't admit yet that AI is bad and stupid. So they're having to make the cuts anywhere else. And the ActiBliz acquisition, the ABK acquisition, put a huge target on the back of the Xbox division. Yes, I mean, Sadlin, 1000%. Also, how you doing? Miss you, homie. I hope you and the Wii are doing good. But yeah, I know it's very, very obvious, but Sadlin's right. It doesn't matter how much money you have as a public company, it's how much you're going to make tomorrow. And Chonorus, that is interesting. I don't know if Final Fantasy XIV has cross-compatibility through all of those. Because, I mean, that's another thing. The platform through which you buy your stuff is always has a contributing factor to cost. And it still annoys me that when we did our little replay of Bloodborne, that you still have to buy a PlayStation Plus subscription.
I remember back in my day.
Back in my day, we just played video games.
The big selling point was that PlayStation didn't have that requirement, only Xbox did.
Yeah, they were very proud of that.
Yeah.
Like, they were very proud of being able to share discs with people. If you didn't hear the echoing British voice behind me, that wasn't actually me. That was Jess. Shocking. Yeah. But Jess was just saying that used to be one of PlayStation's big, like, selling points, is you don't have to pay for a subscription to play a bunch of these things. And then they changed that. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, DJ Coil, is like everybody else in tech is doing the pivot to gambling. But games can't do that. Like, they know they can't do that. Once a games company is classified as a gambling company, you can't shake that off. And it's a death nail. Yeah, Neo Shadow. Apparently, loads of people have been doing parodies of that today, of how you like hand a disc to someone. So yeah, I guess one of the hard things when it comes to trying to like understand corpo bullshit from the outside is that we'll never know the true names of the villains. We don't know the actors in this play. Who was it at PlayStation that said live service is our tip of the spear and that's what we're going to focus on? We don't know who that was. We don't know if they've been fired. We don't know if they're in an isolated bubble of like corpo insulation. They can't be removed, they can't be touched. We don't know. But I would say that's where their fuckery went. Xbox's whole all-in on Game Pass was what fucked them, because when you go back to what Salem was saying, with the number must go up. Number didn't go up hard enough on Xbox as it did for PlayStation for Call of Duty. They are actually advertising that Call of Duty will not be on Game Pass. They are spending advertising budget to tell people about this. Whereas, honestly, with everyone getting priced the fuck out, like, everybody hated the Game Pass price increase. But if they still had all of their retinue of studios and they still had their huge catalog of things to look forward to that weren't just, you know, more Halo, more Gears of War, they were looking to be sitting pretty. Probably Chaunerus. I mean, they didn't blame things on, what's his face? The guy almost Vuvazea'd at PAX. Phil Spencer. They didn't blame Phil Spencer, but he went Ollie outy. They did blame, what's her face? God, apparently I just can't remember names today. Good on me, Will. Sorry, over on the Xbox side of things, like, yeah, Sarah Bond was the sacrificial goat. Everything was Sarah Bond's fault. So internally, Sony might be doing that. We get more leaks about Xbox because, you know, it's an English language country that's it's an English language company that's just down the fucking road. You know, Japanese. You know what? I'm gonna kick it up a gear. I'm gonna put my party mix on. Sony is obviously a lot more insulated being a Japanese company first. And so we get less internal information. Ooh. So J-Post, yay! Congrats on the 4-day weekend. Boo on the heat wave. I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm not saying Seattle is going to be saved from this shitey summer, but I'm really enjoying the fact that we are in the cool zone. Not the cool zone, but the cool zone. What? That's legit.
That's the second language.
Give me half an hour, I'll say something lamer. Fuck yeah. Well, puns. Kick off the shoes, pour yourself a glass of something you fancy. Happy Canada Day to those who celebrate. And yeah. They're allowed a whole one. No, I didn't see it posted in Discord. Look, and again, I'm sorry that I keep doing the shot chaser of this all, but, you know, it's not inherently bad that we're going to see the death of Xbox and PlayStation. There will be a lot to mourn, and there will be a lot that we will miss, but it's also not a bad thing, you know? I think maybe burning some shit down so that whatever comes next can come next. Like, we are no longer sat in the... sorry. I was just laughing because I saw Returns Outlet Simulator and, oh, who's playing that right now? Wellity, wellity, wellity. Maybe Nokia will give the industry a go. N-Gage 2, coming this summer. Yeah. Yeah. A smartphone that will outlive me. One of the things that we saw last week that's really cool is that there is essentially a project on at the moment where people are trying to reverse engineer the Steam box with as cheaper parts as possible. And some folks have been getting like refurbished PS5s and things like that. You know, parts from old crypto farms and things like that. And they've been able to get Steam boxes rocking around like the $200-300 mark. We may see a burgeoning underground industry of people selling, you know, Steam boxes at sub $500. You know, then if Steam does end up being the biggest game platform on the planet, then there we are. I mean, mobile games are owned by two companies, Apple and Google. There is no indie games for mobile. And it wouldn't, like, what would it take for itch.io to start offering, you know, does this run on the Steam Deck? Yes, no. Does this run on the Steam Box? Yes, no. Okay. So Jim Ryan was president of Sony Interactive until 2024. Now it's Hiroki Toki. I do know that what's his name, Mr. the PlayStation, has been doing the rounds the last year and change, just doing interviews wherever. And for a Japanese CEO, that's quite rare, just running around talking about all the stuff that everyone else was doing wrong. So, I don't know. Maybe there is someone at, like, Sony's top brass that everybody fucking hates. Who knows? God. I do think Grand Theft Auto 6 might be our last big game. I think that's wild. Oh yeah, I gotta remember to put that on block. And Nova, Watto, and welcome. Happy Nova Day. No, we're just gonna call it Nova Day. Canadian Pride. Which I will be celebrating by having a cup of Tim Hortons coffee. We've still got a fair wedge left, actually.
Wait, oh, we do.
Yeah. I haven't gone as hard on that one. I gotta email those fucking Vikings. Yeah, we had Pride Month, but what about second Pride Month? Look. You can put your Halloween decorations up whenever you want. You can keep your flag flying all year round. Yeah, the rules don't matter anymore. We make our own. Yes, although I do agree with Neoshito that if we're going to have a second Pride Month, it should be October. Because not all of our queer friends can stand the fucking June heat. Sometimes you got a moon marsh. Though, in my head, I will always hear the Brental Floss lyrics. Those are the canonical lyrics. C222, judging my flag. Okay. I'm trying to think, what else have we had? What else has been going down video gamery-wise that we haven't nattered on? Because there's been so much in such a short space of time. Because this afternoon, friends, we are going to be playing Forgotten Blood, a very indie Kingsfield-esque title that goes hard. It has less than 10 reviews on Steam, so we are going indie. And yes, it is pronounced thusly. Indie. I think we've hit all the big ones. I haven't seen anything else. No, Vern, that would be called Forgotten Pickle. Because while making burgers, I somehow managed to use all the pickles but a single slice. And it just sits there in the back, like, staring at me. Father, why have you forsaken me in the back of the fucking fridge? Because I do think, now more than ever, like, shouting about, like, the fucking cool games that we find, especially the small, the weird, and the indie, is important for some emotional salve. You know? Everybody's going through so much fucking shit right now. Oh, there isn't anything else massive in the Will's wish list of titles to have a check at. You'll know about Feed the Pit. The only one that apparently I already had wish listed that released today is this sucker, Lullabies Made of Static. The world is gone, and you are exploring a partially abandoned superstructure city. I don't know. We were watching a video about the Judge Dredd, Dredd vs. Death game the other day, and it got me thinking about, you know, Judge Dredd and media and things like that. How there's whole swaths of it that are just a little too close to home right now. But the idea of a megacity abandoned, I think, is quite cool. That's one of the things that I found interesting about Motor Slice. Oh, and DJ Coil, you are correct. Scartoon Network's cover of the Moon theme is perfect. So is their cover of Misery Business. And very doubtful, this one is called Lullabies Made of Static. I don't know. There's something about taking the mournful and the spooky and making it, I don't know, more of a kind of a melancholy exploration rather than a spoopy spook fest. Oh, and I guess if you didn't see Feed the Pit, because I know both Jess and I have talked about this one, is a investigation horror game. Hunt down wealthy humans in a deadly forest in order to feed the pit. This is low poly catharsis. I'm really looking forward to this one. I don't know when we will get the chance to do this. Maybe as a long ship after dark or something. But the problem is the next long ship after dark I want to do for y'all is about There Is No Anti-Memetics Division. Because you'll know every time I finish a book, I'm just like, I want to be insufferable about this, but I also don't want to spoil it. So I can't talk to you all about it while we're live. I mean, Scotty, we're not a cult. But if we were ever going to have a cult-like credence, hunting billionaires to feed them to a nightmare creature that's probably where we'd start. Though we'd be less hoods and more kind of like woad and, you know, axes. And yes, it is legally not a cult, because we don't get tax breaks. But yeah, hunt billionaires in the forest, feed them to a nightmare creature. There are also other nightmare creatures out there trying to eat you, so try to avoid those. It is worth saying, though, this is only Act 1. They are planning to add the other 2 acts later on. The music does not fit the setup, let me tell you. But yeah, oh, excuse me. This launched yesterday, so we're not short on bangers. And again, Wizards, Whiskers, and Wands is made by a quasi-frequenter of the long ship. And, well, I would say, like, don't launch a game during a Steam sale. Please don't launch a game during a Steam sale. This looks charming, and another great example of, like, don't half-arse your art style. Even if it's just your own little, like, pen and pencil sketchings on lolly sticks. I didn't end up posting that thing that I was talking about yesterday of the, you know, how to survive the industry downturn, because I couldn't find a way to write it without sounding patronizing. And personally, there's a lot of people talking about, like, you know, what to do now that the US industry is in a complete freefall. And a lot of what people are saying, pissing me off. A lot of bad advice. And I wouldn't want to be that. I wouldn't want to add to the frustrations of that myself, you know? Racking my brain to think of what else I haven't told you all. Yeah. Sorry, just Nova just saying, like, don't release your game during Steam mega sales. Don't release your game, like, on major holidays. And hype up your game beforehand, not after. However, if you do any of those things wrong, there are things you can do to kind of, what's the term? Unfuck it. Was it the one Damien said? How you can unshit yourself on a few bad choices. But it takes either time or money. You know what? Friends, I think that's it. Like, I don't think there's anything else, like, industry-wise or games-wise I haven't covered from today. You know? As I was saying to Jess earlier today, like, I've been following PlayStation since the jump. I used to have a VHS promotional tape of PlayStation pre-launch. There was, like, footage from, like, breakdancing events that they sponsored and, like, underground rap battles and skateboarding events and shit like that. I'm still amazed how, like, Sega and Nintendo were playing this war for the minds of, you know, children, boys predominantly. And then Sony came along and were like, we're going to be the cool thing. We're going to apply to ourselves to, you know, teenagers and, you know, lads in their 20s, and let that cool factor siphon through. Hang on a sec. They found me. Oh, you're a PlayStation fan? What was your first promotional VHS? Oh, which was the best PlayStation demo disc? Trick question, they were all amazing. Name 3 Net Yorosi games. Yes, I know I keep butchering that pronunciation, but I've long since given up on it. Sometimes I look at the Net Yorosi machines on eBay just to make me feel something, even if it's incandescent rage. Sorry, if you've never heard of it, let me... Or Net Euros. Oh, it's only $1.50. No big deal. Oh, if you're wondering what the fuck I am talking about, you could at least hesitated before saying usually. So this is the Net Yorosi. It was essentially a consumer tier dev kit. So during the PS1 era, you could make your own indie games and release them. And it was really cool. PlayStation soon discontinued it because while there was a blossoming indie scene that did result in some people getting some really cool jobs in the Japanese games industry, the primary reason people wanted it was because it could run pirated discs. But unlike dev kits, you could have it and resell it, so. Also, here's a fun fact. Apparently amongst audiophiles, the original Graystation is considered a collector's item because apparently it has the best CD audio quality CD drive with, you know, Sony of course coming from audio hardware. Yeah. But yeah, there's no billion-dollar company is our friends, but I think it's important now that we mourn the emotional impact of, you know, consoles, games, and the ilk. Like, we should never stop giving Microsoft shit. But we can also celebrate that time that Elijah Wood helped sell the fucking, the OG Xbox, you know? Or Fred Durst selling Dreamcasts. You know... Sorry?
Stop saying that.
I've noticed you've stopped saying, oh yeah.
Yeah, I have to. Ruined it.
Jess used to say, oh yeah, with the same cadence as the opening to Limp Bizkit's Rolling, and I couldn't let it go. Because I'm a terrible person. Okay. Let's boot Forgotten Blood, and we can keep talking about this. Yeah, Mr. T selling, you know, Night Elf Mohawk. We are the #1 Forgotten Blood streamer on Twitch.tv. Let's fucking go! Oh, yeah, sorry. Scotty made a very excellent point there. The Net Yorosi machine retailed at $650 US? Oh no, don't you do this. Okay, we're good. Oh shit, Wolfgang actually still has their Net Euros. Fuck yeah. Is this where we find out that was actually your origin story? I actually don't know how litigious the big players get over dev kits these days. I'm sure for modern ones they get bitey, but it used to be even if you had old dev kits, like they would come after you. Like, I can't give specific details as not to incriminate myself, but I still regret not jacking a Dreamcast dev kit when I had the chance. Ask the guy that bought a dumpster in the UK. Are we dumpster diving? Or is this like the, you know, searching a tip for Magic the Gathering cards? Oh, shit. Huh. I'd completely forgotten about that. Well, okay, firstly, C222, it had a disc burner in it. If I remember correctly, the Dreamcast dev kit had a disc burner, and it had the Dreamcast logo in it. It was essentially, yeah, a Windows ME machine, but it's fucking cool. Exactly. Dear Mr. The Twitch, any references to stealing computers will may or may not make are jokes and not admissions of guilt. Exactly. I've never stolen a console, and I've never stolen a dev kit. Do I regret not stealing a Dreamcast dev kit? Yes. And weirdly, there was once a cherry red PSP at the game store I was working at, and I seriously considered doing a crime and just... I never did. Weirdly, I still think about that.
What is life? Is it the sensations, the scents, the sounds?
Scared the
we call
piss
them?
out of me.
And
Sorry,
what
friends.
remains when all that gives it meaning fades away? When sense,
The
sounds,
voiceover was at like a
dissolve
million
into
decibels.
nothingness.
Scared the fuck
Yet
out
our
of me.
bodies persist in motion. At first, we took it for a marvel, an illusion of hope. But soon, it revealed its true nature.
Welcome to Kingsfield, motherfucker!
The prelude to an endless nightmare.
Forgotten Blood. Well, Scotty, this game's so indie, it doesn't have an options menu on the start menu, so... Okay. We need a name for our Kingsfieldian dungeon dweller. Last time it was Blobby Will when we did Lunacid. Gregory. I'm definitely not feeling a blobby theme. Pretty much, was it British SNL peaked with their whole Mr. Blobby SCP thing. I don't think I can beat that. And Scotty, while I don't disagree, I mean, this is so indie. I do think as standard practice you should be able to access, you know, audio levels before you even hit the splash screen. I remember when, like, I forget if it was AMD or NVIDIA used to have this fucking loud splash screen. You'd put the game on, you'd settle down to play something and be like, wow. At least the THX thing had the decency to start slow and, like, build up. Groggery. Bet. Can anyone top Groggery? Hang on. Can anyone come up with a better name than Groggery?
Okay.
I don't know what Groggery's into. I don't want to assume.
It's fucking 2:30.
Groggery starts early. Your sound card works perfectly. Born too young to be a space fighter pilot. Born too old to be the voice sample from a sound card test. Kingsfield. Grog. Gregory Kingsfield. Gregory Kingsfield. Gregory Klingsfield. No. I ran out of characters. I did say give me half an hour, I'll say something worse. I'm telling you, Dustin, cold to lukewarm bath, swim trunks, spa day. HMI module on approach to Space Station Mercury. Well, Gregory is our name. Well, they can't all be bangers off the jump. Looks like we're going to get a This is the Third Age. The official name is Zar-Hagal, a name I have never understood nor used in common language. It is called Gravencore. That's the one where they speed it up and there's like an anime girl on the thumbnail. Massive mountain. A massive mountainous system full of caves and deep valleys. My name's Deckard Cain, and my father, like many, ventured into the labyrinth of caves to seek ancient relics and treasures of the lost world. But to his surprise, he discovered me. I will be honest with you, if I am dungeon crawling and I find a child, I'm not taking that child with. Oh, you know, Gravencore is when they slow it down and add 15 decibels of bass. And yes, Jeffrey, 1000%. Let us set the sound levels first. There also wasn't any splash screen music, which is probably why it was so jarring. And Dustin, I read that in a peak, like, Phoenix Knights. Please welcome to the stage, Gravencore. Come and get your black bin bags. They're an offer till December. Heavy duty black bin bags. They're long and black and slender. Just rip with me and tear with... Sorry.
I'm offing myself.
No early outies, you know the rule.
You're not the boss of me.
No, but I'd have to clean up.
No, just call cleaner.
I don't have cleaner. I don't have the cleaner money. He was a good man, but he wasn't immune to the evil plague. The evil that plagued these lands. When his skin began to turn to stone, he called me to him, told me of my origins, and gave me what I had when he found me. Is this difficult to read? Am I the problem? Am I the drama? Am I struggling, or is this weird? The night he died, it happened. A green ghostly light rose from those mountains. Nova, it is very, very far away from Longship After Dark, so I could not possibly comment. See, and this is why we get on. This is why I like chatting with you all, because none of you are like, no, Will, you're a perfect, beautiful snowflake, and it is everything else that is wrong. It's like, Miyoshito, I mean, it's not the most legible font, if that's what you mean. And puns with, like, are you the drama? Probably. Is it hard to read? Also, probably. Verdant with 6 of one, half dozen the other.
Nobody even can say
Exactly, Nova, exactly. From that moment, everything changes. The strange disease or curse begins to spread amongst more and more people. You know you have to do something. But we were just speaking... Okay. I'm sure this game is going to be very, very interesting. I'm sure it's going to be very good. This is bad and should be cut. I guess this is meant to be our character creation point. But, okay. It just does a few things, like... It speaks from the first person and then the third person. The structure is a little painful. This is a bit more Ultima. Okay, so Gregory can head towards Zahagal. Seek knowledge from the southern tribes. Seek strength from the guilds of Gravencore. I want to go see Gravencore. I've never gotten to see Gravencore live, so I think that's what we should do. Okay, we have some music now. Numerous guilds have faced the Gravencore. Belonging to them is a sign of strength and respect from the population. Most of the wonders sold in the markets of the West come from the incursions of these valiant ones. But those times have passed. The curse struck them first. But didn't the curse just...
You know what I think a FromSoft game needs? A long, expansive crawl filled with plot holes.
Sorry. Many have not returned, others have moved to the wasteland, leaving behind glory and honor. Of the few remaining, I find one that accepts me without difficulty. The Guild of the Onyx Eye. Alright, I'm gonna turn snarky if I read this. I'm assuming whoever wrote this is not like a native English speaker. It desperately needs the pass of a writer. So let's get through this. Because, like I said, I'm just going to get mean. Like, the strength of games like Kingfield, it comes entirely from... The strength of games like Kingsfield comes entirely from the fact that it's your adventure, your story. You know, you drop a person in, and then the world is unfurled to them. Lunacid was, planet's fucked, you got thrown in a hole, go. With that last part, I think that was supposed to be... the Pilgrim Passage. I think that last part was supposed to be a character creation setup, like choosing our backstory and whatnot, but... Oh, got some potions. E to open the inventory. Alright, well... Oh, okay. Oof. And let's see what we get in terms of options. Oof. Okay. I'll try and explain as much as I can from the text as well, because boy, howdy, it is hard to read. I don't know. Now, again, this is very, very indie. And whilst I always get prickly whenever I'm confronted with a, you know, it was the third age of the 15th age of man, I do appreciate openings that let us... Oh, it's a bloody eyeball! Jesus. I do appreciate games that have us RP our creation. So. I see you there, you bastard. A petrified body has nothing with it, but tightly clutches a piece of paper. Alright, look at the piece of paper. Black faded. The back of the faded page is religious text and hard to read. The sentences are very damaged, but you understand that it describes this temple right here. Okay. Search for a guild mark. Green mark catches your eye. The emblem of the sacred flame, most renowned and revered guild. Okay. Doing my eyes a squiggle. And then observe the course. Skin is rough like stone. The curse has run its course. Yeah, I see they. Fucking eyeball. Okay, so those don't stack. Alright. Okay, now our journey begins proper. But yeah, no, that's the thing I wanted to jump back and talk about, is that it's like when I was talking the other day about how, like, Pikachu is not your friend. That doesn't mean don't enjoy Pokemon stuff, right? It's just don't think of Nintendo as an entity that will come and save us. You know, Sony are not our friends. They are a huge multinational company and have been for a very long time. But, you know, the PlayStation has been so important to gaming. You know, it was not the first CD-based console that we got, but I would argue that it's definitely one of the most... influential is the wrong word. But the way in which it was constructed, you know, is what gave us... Okay, that's my sprint. You know, it gave us games like Metal Gear and shit like that. Final Fantasy. Sorry, Final Fantasy VII. But a series of games that changed everything. You know, I still hear that little PlayStation loading noise sometimes when I'm watching cutscenes. You know the one I mean, like the disc, because the disc would spin at a different speed when it was playing a video. I always thought that was fucking cool. Okay. Green lava. It's a green lava palaver. Exactly, Neo Shadow. Oh, that's our bonfire equivalent. Okay. Okay. The schedule keeps stabbing me in the arm. It's annoying. Okay. Oh. Okay, ow. Oh, my life. Thank you. I didn't get to own a PlayStation of my own until years after its release. But like, there are so many games on there that have shaped our entire medium. Like, it can't be understated. And with, you know, the Saturn being such a fucking mess. Oh, my life. Okay. Friends, this game may not be ready for us. I do not think this is inherently bad, and I gotta admit, I'm loving this fucking temple vibe. So I'm trying to persevere. Oh, full damage? No full damage. But yes, being the #1 Forgotten Blood streamer may not be the compliment that I thought it would. But the way in which PlayStation changed the game really led to our medium getting a lot more recognition. And it wasn't always good. You know, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like the Lads Mag era of PlayStation was this, you know, beautiful, special snowflake moment. Why did I say snowflake twice? Oh, it's because the heat wave. I'm thinking about snow. You know, I remember when there was an official Lara Croft mascot. I remember the desperate attempt of games advertising to pivot to the new quote-unquote lad style. Okay. Salen was just saying a quick search suggests this is purely a solo dev project. Can't find any interview or communication beyond the game. Okay. And if we end up pivoting to a here's what we think should be done to improve this, you know, rather than just a quote-unquote reading of the text, that's cool too. Well, so Minnesota, I don't disagree with that one. It's just there were quite a few studios and teams that launched their own consoles. And none of them considered... Oh, key items updated. Oh, it's a literal key. A lot of those teams didn't really consider who would play their games and why. You know, PlayStation did. You know, the 3DO thought by virtue of just being a console with a disk drive that would be enough. Well, actually, no. The 3DO's hook was that you'd be able to look at pictures on the telly. That, yeah, no, I know. Blowing your minds there. Sorry. That, yeah, you would go to have your photos developed. And that instead of having them printed, you'd have them placed on a disc, a CD-ROM disc, so you could look at your pictures on the telly. Indeed, it's a little early for a poison swamp. Forward in space to climb. It's not actually climbing. The ladder has step points in between. Okay. As I said, I'm trying not to critique yet. You know, not every game can be, you know, Dungeons of Blood and Dream. And again, as a solo project, I will say, once we got through that fucking opening, this is steeped in style, which is what I was really hoping for. But yeah, like, the PlayStation was fucking iconic. Okay. Verdant, to answer the question, what am I pooping for? Justice. Okay. I might be stuck. It clearly wants me to use something to open this, right? The loot and discard area, because whenever I click on the door, it opens up my inventory, as if to, you know, ask me to use something. You are shitting me sideways.
No, that's right.
Sir, I do not know what you are, but this is somehow your fault. I had to open the side of the door, not the front of the door. Okay. There we go. We've got some motherfucking wizards. Oh man, he takes a while to Star Trek out. Life crystal. Okay, ow. Sorry, I'll wait till my guy's done grunting and then I'll heal. Ooh. It sounded like I filled up the bottle, not... Okay, I guess an old tattered tome. You recognize one symbol, life. Two greater crystals required. Now, what's your deal? Oh! What's this? A short ritual sword emanating with faint warmth. The art of folding blades from raw stone is lost, along with the ability to imbue them with powers. So total damage 13, total damage 7. Ooh, but... no offhand? Fucking bullshit. I think this is why it was the third age of the 14th age of man is such a bad way to start a game, because right now I'm not engaging with what we're seeing. my brain can't help but see this not as a bit of art, but as something that's kind of not all the way there, and I need to get out of my own head. Once we got a bit more of a rhythm into this game, I think I'll take a quick little bathroom break in the ilk, get a sense of, try and reconfigure my thinking a little bit. You know, this is a solo indie project. I'm not entirely sure what these life crystals are about, you know? Oh, my life. Okay. Okay, silver key required. It says we need 2 greater life gems required. And these are just life crystals. Okay. Shit. And the silver key we have not found. Let's have a look at this fucking town. And again, from the discussions earlier, like, it's not like we're going to see the death of PlayStation instantaneously. You know, like I said, Grand Theft Auto is about to make them stupid money. But they will never have another... In the same way we had, like, the boom of, you know, 2020, PlayStation's not going to have another windfall year like this one. Next year is going to look like a massive, massive downturn. And they're going to have to find a way to spin that. Aha! Parkour! No fall damage. Pretty brave to make a game, a Kingsfield game with no fall damage. Pretty brave indeed. Oh, God. Oh, what the fuck? The Forgotten Valley. But you know what? If we're just taking a moment to just reminisce and celebrate, like, what were some of your classic PlayStation moments? You know, one of the problems with being a streamer is I've told you all my stories a million times. You know, I've told you all about how we were at Miley's place and we fucking rented Metal Gear Solid from not even Blockbuster, from the knockoff Blockbuster in Storrington, because it was near where my man worked. And how, because it was a... Because it was a rented game, we couldn't get Meryl's codec number. So every time the Colonel would be like, just check the back of the box. Like, Colonel, fucking have it. At that point, I was also still an idiot, so I didn't realise that that was essentially a form of copy protection. Ooh. Big hat. You like Castlevania. Like, I will be the first person to shit on Hideo Kojima. Or at least throw piss at him. You know, no one made you make that fucking Prada AI ad, matey boy sunshine bastard. But I think every time I discuss Metal Gear Solid and all its, like, you know, what we now call, like, meta-narrative points and things like that, it really did look at the fact that we were, you know, people playing a PlayStation game. You know, Psycho Mantis being quote-unquote psychic. You know, having to plug your controller into the other slot. It doesn't sound like a big deal now, but it was so fucking huge at the time. Because it's this idea that it actually regarded us as part of the story. Yeah, well, Metal Gear Solid 4 is a fucking mess, and lots of it suck. But one of the things that's very funny is the revival fight against Psycho Mantis. And then he'll even say stuff like, you know, I'm going to read your memory card. It's PlayStation 4, doesn't... PlayStation 3 doesn't have a memory card. What? How did you beat him before? I plugged my controller into the other port. But the PlayStation 3 doesn't have ports. And the thing with meta-narrative stuff is that it's hard to do on hardware that changes. You know, I love Pony Island, but if you go back and play it now, Steam has changed its interface a lot, as has fucking Facebook and things like that. The meta-narrative hooks don't hit quite like they used to, which is fine. Okay, we've got to go through all of these. Observe the corpse. Leaf through the small book. Okay, the valley is ours. Search for a guild mark. Another member of the Sacred Flames. Did they succeed? Or were they stopped? Well, I can't fucking fly, so... Ooh, but I can fall. Haha! You should never have given me the power of falling! Gravity is my bad word. Now I've got myself stuck. Shit. We're getting a whap whap. Fuck sticks. Alright, well, let's see what the game over clause looks like. Oh, that was very loud. PlayStation was important to me. Like, you know, after getting kicked out and not really having internet or the ilk, you know, the reason I played Final Fantasy VIII, the reason why it's one of my favorites. Oh! Okay, so there's little crystal blobs I have up in the corner. Oi! Spawn camping the libel shit. Okay, so these are essentially our lives. That's fascinating. Open the way forward. The reason Final Fantasy VIII is one of my favorites is because I played it at a time when, yeah, I was stuck in a tiny room in fucking Isleworth. You know, I didn't have internet. Didn't really have any, you know, friends local or anything like that. I was making shit all money. So just me and my little PS1. I played Final Fantasy VIII to death. Parasite Eve 2 to death. Like, I churned through those games. Oh, same with Front Mission. Specifically, Front Mission 3. I pored over every detail in that game. I used all of the like in-game internet stuff, got myself, you know, illegal black market weapons and shit. Okay. Maybe we'll find a place to sell those. And it's just, I don't think it could be understated that PlayStation was one of the fucking cool brands. Xbox spent years and a lot of money trying to be quote-unquote cool, which it never truly succeeded at, in my humble opinion. I'm not saying that the stuff was bad. It was just, you know, it was still... I would say for a little bit of the 360 era, it kind of became its own entity, but then the larger org started fucking with Xbox, you know. And the... Ever since the Blades update to the 360, we've never really felt the hand of Microsoft really taken back. Okay. Oh, the crystal dagger resonates. What the fuck? Jesus pissing Christ. I think I have to be a little careful with tossing this crystal dagger around. Neo Shadow says one of their earliest memories was playing Crash Bandicoot. Their cousin and I didn't have a memory card, so they could play until we could... So we would play until we could do the level with Coco riding the tiger down the Great Wall, and just do that one level over and over for hours. For whatever reason, that level absorbed our small child attention endlessly. Oh, I feel that. I still remember playing the Sonic snowboarding level an ungodly amount. Nice, this is the other side of this. Heck you. There's something about how the sound effect for drinking a potion is actually the sound effect for... There we go. Big sword. It's actually the sound for a bottle filling, which is unsettling. God. I think it's also okay to celebrate the big bangers, you know? Resident Evil changing the fucking game. Making zombies cool. Ushering in the age of gun nerds and video games. Taking the unfortunately tired point-and-click genre and giving it life again. You know, I always... Either I knew this and forgot, or I only learnt this, like, in the last, like, couple years. But the fact that even the term that we use, survival horror, doesn't come from anything apart from... Capcom gave all of their games of the PS1 era, like, a subtitle. Like, I'm trying to remember. I know Dino Crisis was like action survival. Okay, locked. General keys 1. So how do I use one of these? Oh, and Shitaru, thank you for filling the pint glass. Well, so Chaunerus, on the Japanese original of Resident Evil, survival horror was on the front. I guess Capcom were trying to find a way to differentiate all their different titles at the time. Okay, fine. Another shepherd. Observe the corpse. You know, there's something about this game. A mask has been nailed to the skull. Like, if it wasn't for that terrible introduction, I would... Like, I'm finding myself starting to get really intrigued with this. You know, who are these priests whose masks have been fused to their face? What the fuck is this rock? Okay, but that's the stone shepherd. Like, do not get me wrong, this is very rough around the edges. Oh, okay. And there's a little bit of pixel hunting going on here. Oh, and that's the silver key, so... For the love of crimety. He. Oh. Huh. Whose sword is this? Ignore me! Okay. I am very stuck. Not like that. I think I might have soft locked us in here. Fuck off. How's the store going? Okay. Because the thing is, I guess that's the other problem, is with it being rough around the edges, I don't know if we are in a bugged out situation or if I'm being a stupid. Either is possible. But I tell you what, friends, I'm going to take a quick little break because I am busting for the loo, and if we're going to work out whether I'm being a stupid or whether the game is handing me my arse, we'll need to do that in just a second. So, yeah, go get bevies, teas, coffees, snacks. I know a lot of you aren't getting blood of your enemies. And then let's have a little natter about, PlayStation moments of yore and see if we can figure out this fucking puzzle. And if not, I think I have 2 games that we could roll into after this. Those either being the same game that just... Oh, no. Can't do that. Do you want to play some Cargo Hunters if this doesn't work? Alright, we're back with you all in just a second. Hello, hello. Just debating on this title. If I have soft loctus, read the book. Okay. Aha. Bless you. Giving us some cheeky puzzles there. Okay. Bless you, and bless you. So, after a quick little cheeky break, we were to read the tome, and the tome had only one word left on it decipherable, and that was fire. And I was like, what have we got? We can't do fire spells, but we did just pick up a torch. Lo and behold. Fire. Oh, shit. Well, Simple Chaos, I better bring my bloody A game then. And Favor 6 and Simple Chaos, Watto and welcome. And you're already counting up to your nice streak. Aha! So, this is Forgotten Blood. It is a very rough and ready, very indie, Kingsfieldy game. And the vibes are immaculate. When I say rough, I do mean rough and ready. We have been jump scared by introductions, and the written components have been a little disjointed. But, excuse me, now we're in game and having a trundle about, it's not bad. You know. I do feel very smart having cracked that last little puzzle. No, that didn't help. And these guys cast poison, so bugger. How long have I got until they show on up? Maybe they'll get bored with me. Oh, my life. Okay, fuck it, I'm healing. Also, this game has no full damage, which is wild. So before you all joined us, we had a long chat this morning about the whole Sony situation, which, if I don't know if you all saw, Sony announced that, oh, okay. I just wanted to quickly make sure nothing else had popped off. That was a mistake. Okay. Yeah, there haven't been any other huge video game moments since we last talked about him. And it got very doom and gloom. You know, whilst PlayStation removing physical discs in of itself doesn't mean the death of PlayStation, but that twinned with a lot of other things paints a very bleak picture. And the chances that we will even see a PlayStation 6 are no longer assured. After we kind of deconstructed a lot of that, and we talked about, the fact that the two big juggernauts that we've been contending with since the 90s, well, and I guess the 2000s being, Sony and Microsoft, PlayStation and Xbox, that we may be seeing the death of both within the short term is kind of sad. PlayStation will probably outlive Xbox if they are to die. Because again, they've got the GTA windfall coming through. But as for what that ends up looking like, I simply don't know. It's wild that we're going to see the old empires die, and die due to stupid things, not... I don't know. Neither will be responsible for the death of the other. It's most likely that they're going to wholeheartedly destroy themselves. But after a lot of doom and gloom and a lot of conversations to the ilk, I was trying to pivot us onto, conversations of... I don't know. The PlayStation has been such a part of our landscape, and as both a brand, an idea, a console, all of it, it's had a huge positive impact. I still remember being shown the early demo of Dynasty Warriors on the PS2, and it just breaking my brain just how many people could be there. Well, I hurt myself.
Oh, I hurt myself.
Cool, bloody. Because a combination of many squats and the fucking dance busting my poor little legs. Cool, blimey. This is workplace bullying.
Fuck. I'm HR and your boss.
There's nothing that I can say to that is repeatable on a recordable format.
Exactly. Shut up.
Busting legs. God. Your cackle. Fucking Majima level cackling. All right. I'll squat it whilst we're staring at the I don't even know what you call this, green lava lake. C222 with the North American mocking gremlin can be heard in the background of several adventures. Okay. Bloody terrors. Can't even eat a cheese sandwich in peace. Having to squat around all over the place. Okay. God. I'll tell you though, the thing that I wanted for years that I never got was the Pocket Station. The PlayStation's answer to the VMU. Oh, I wanted one of those so badly. Because if you had Final Fantasy VIII, the Pocket Station got you an extra summon. Oh, god damn it! No, don't encourage this! Simple Chaos with Will doing redeems while playing an instrument against the devil? Call that Squat Fiddly Doo.
Squat fiddly-doo.
Oh, blimey, governor. Doo-dee-doo, apples and pears.
Oh, fiddly-doo, apples and pears.
An American Gremlin in London. That's going to be your feature film. Oh. All right, how many do I owe? 10. Oh, God. So on... Oh, hang on. Okay. 1. Oh. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. Yep. 7.
Tarzans.
8. 9. And 10. Okay. So after completing the glorious chaos of Saturday, the Gundam Squared, i.e. finishing the Gundam costume and then trying to make a Gundam while wearing a Gundam, I finally got to get rid of Mount Cardboard. And as I was coming back up the stairs from taking down like a bulk load of it, my fucking knee, my fucking knee almost gave completely out on me. I've been betrayed. I thought we were looking at some cool shit here, but nah. Oh, what the fuck is that? That is a nightmare creature. Nah. Oh, my life. Well, the thing was, Scotty, and Hoffers, what and welcome. The reason I was hoarding boxes was for the Gundam armor, right? Only Gundam armor's now done, so I don't need any more pieces for repairs and whatnot. And yeah, Mount Cardboard was getting a little pronounced, for lack of a better term. So, excuse me. So finally getting it all cleared out was fine, but it was just after the squats and the dancing and the chaos and everything, by the time I hit end of stream on like Saturday evening, My knee was just fucking gone. So what does this mean? I don't know. How do we work out when to do the much desired squat-a-thon flash sale? You've got to work out some way of doing it. Oh, my life. Sorry, you can't replace an item in your inventory with another item. You have to unequip it and then equip the next one. Oh no! Little Fire said, this is when your parents tell you get to go to Disney if you get A's and B's. And so you study really hard. And then when it comes time, they say, we're too poor. That's not a story you made up, is it?
I need to confirm that.
Aww. That's brutal. Okay. Listen, Mr. the Eyeball. Okay. And I have indeed dabbed. I dabbed earlier this day. A shame I cannot easily repent of. Okay, so we're on the other side here. Oh, hang on a sec. God, I'm getting heckled at for sneezing too loudly. Oh, we're going to go through the communication square of the telly. This seems fine. Oh. Oh, and Kettrel, Watto, and welcome. But yeah, I was trying to think of just some other, like, you know, PlayStation memories. I once got invited around a lass's house back in... Yeah, no, it was high school. Because they were stuck on Gran Turismo.
How are you stuck on Grand? What?
Hey, I got some attention and a roast dinner out of it.
Okay. Calm down.
Not attention like that. No, I was not a cool person in school by any means. We had a little squad of nerds and video gamery sort. Oh, what do we have here then? A young explorer, treasure hunter. Neither. Right, you keep your mysteries. Who am I? I'm a humble stone shepherd. Not everyone here has lost their wits, you see. To find some clinging to their sanity to avoid getting lost. Who else in the line still has their mind? Blah, blah, blah. Empress's daughter. Entity still alive. Blah, blah, blah. Talking about the curse. Done. Oh. Oh, that's really cool, though. Which begs the question. What in the fucking hell is the currency? Well, I've just gone and bloody spent it all, haven't I? Go blimey, Governor.
Ew.
What?
Ew. Ew.
Favorite six. They mean to imply you're cool now. Oh, I'm so cool. That's actually how people describe me. Is do you know Cool Will? That's what differentiates me from the other Wills. The only other time I got asked to help somebody defeat a boss was the fucking Hydra from the Hercules area of Kingdom Hearts. That thing was a bastard. It's a mind weapon. As in, don't mind if I fucking work out how to play this fucking game. Virus. This is my friend Will, who I'd only be friends with if they were cool in school. But good thing I won't hear anything to the contrary. I mean, Virals, it strikes me that we would have been friends in school because my school friend squad pretty much consisted of video game obsessed nerds and outcasts. Nate was the only bloke in our squad who was cool. And he got kicked out of the cool kids squad because he actually kicked the fuck out of someone. You know, when people say, "Oh, I'll fight you," Nate actually punched the kid a bunch of times in the gob. Yeah, but then
It's odd. It's people kicked out of cool kids clubs because back in my school, the cheerleaders went to another rival city and beat up the other cheerleaders.
Oh yeah, well, they used to rumble with the Chai High lot over like sports and things like that, but that was different, right? You know, I guess maybe this was because they were fighting their own, but you know, the guy was talking shit, he got hit, and then suddenly all the cool kids were like, "You can't hang out with us," and somehow Nate ended up hanging out with me and the nerds. As I probably told you like 50 million times, while he was at fucking cricket practice one Sunday, he let me just hang out at his place and play Metal Gear Solid 2 all day. That's how I got to play through it without having a PlayStation 2. Huh. Parkour? 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 Oh, there's the three blokes again. Yeah, I was actually I was friends with the members of Outcast. That's my claim to fame. God, it was such a different time. Sorry, Scotty was saying that because they've been playing the Great Gina Sisters on the Amiga for so long that when a friend was stuck on the OG Mario, Scotty just showed up and breezed through it like it was nothing. But yeah, like my little squad throughout school was pretty much based around video games. Shocking, I know. You know, on the weekends we would play Phantasy Star Online, but we would play it split screen because none of us had the cash for a subscription. It does feel like the individual who created this saw the whole poison swamp thing and thought, you know what? What if I added poison swamps everywhere? Ambient gremlin noises around the apartment. Bum 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 bum. It did chug on the GameCube when 4-player, especially if one of your squad was casting the big spells, you know. But you know, it was what we did. Bam bam. You know, we weren't cool with any other groups, but Nate was, so you You know, we got to be dorks at some house parties. A house party is a series of tubes. Oh, you fucking me right now. Okay. I have been polite. Some might even say charming today. I have been kind, but I am soft locked into this. So here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to leave a positive review on the Forgotten Blood. I will say this has... God damn it! It's time to squat. Yes, Scotty, this is an excellent point to leave it because I don't want to just like out and out shit on it. If the creator of the title ever comes around here, one, drop the intro. The intro has to die. The intro has to die 5 times over. Focus on, you know, environmental storytelling. The environments of Forgotten Blood are fucking cool. And honestly, once I got the taste of the intro out of my mouth, I was kind of enjoying it. I'm not gonna lie. It's very rough and it needs a lot of love and attention. But I think that just the bare bones of what's there could be improved to make something really special. You know, it's not quite Kingsfield, it's not quite a point and click. The intro, okay, the first intro was this loud, bombastic, like, ha ha! Which was fine apart from being a bit deafening. The problem was then immediately after that, there was like this quasi-Ultima, almost Firewatch style character creation where you choose your story, but it kept flitting between first person and third person. It was about your dad who found you in the dungeon, I guess, but then he dies. But then when he dies, the green curse starts, but the green curse was also going. It's just bad. It's just bad. Okay. I'll give Nova then their squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. Yeah, it dragged more than a little. And ultimately, by the time we actually got to put, like, sword to bad guy, I was already kind of... was already grinding my teeth a little bit. You know what I mean? Jonas, Watto, and welcome. So yeah, that was Forgotten Blood. It needs a lot of attention, and it seems like a lot of people have had similar experiences already. So yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right? Like, video games have this fascinating thing that will forgive a lot of weirdness so long as there's a smooth through line, right? But once there's enough friction that you start analyzing all of it, then the other pieces stop being, you know, quirks and start being annoyances, right? So the inventory system is bad, but it didn't start to irk me until I was having to deal with other things. I just had, once I got the taste of the introduction out of my mouth, it was better. I don't know. This is a creator's first game, and I don't want to say anything to discourage them improving this. So yeah. There are a lot of very mean comments about it so far, and I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to shit on it. I'm not in the business of discouraging people from creating. But that little hard lock, that little soft lock there was very frustrating. So. Okay. So. What are we going to do with the rest of our day? I am indeed. Sorry, friends. Bear with me just a second. So Ark of the Conclave, you can absolutely have your 5 squats. And please, friends, do forgive the tippity-tappity make stuff happy. Sorry about this. Okay, sorry about this. Oh, I know. While we scheme what is going to be our next game, and I do the tippity tappity make stuff happy. Do you want some fishing, dear friends? Spot of fishing. Okay. It has been a while since we fished. Haha! The fish work. Okay. Cast your lines, dear friends. So Vanderbeest, Forgotten Blood, it's not ready. It's not bad, but it's not ready. And I had what I thought was a soft lock. Turns out it wasn't a soft lock. It was just a very, very point and click-esque puzzle in a locked room. And then whilst navigating, I got stuck in the terrain. And I could feel myself getting very negative on it, and I don't want to spend the rest of the afternoon just bullying someone's first game. But, you know, you know what, friends? Please continue fishing. I'm just going to fish myself out a little coffee. Let's treat myself to a Mr. Tim Hortons in the afternoon. I am so sorry about the tippity tappity make stuff happy. Fish well, fish hard, and we are not done with stream for the evening, promise. Hello, hello. Thank you, fishing enthusiasts, and thank you all for bearing with me. Ooh, salmon. Sorry. I am not doing a very, very good job of tippity-tappity make stuff happy and holding a conversation. I know. Shocking. I got my Tim Hortons. Multitasking is hard. And sometimes these things all come at once. God, yeah. I mean, Aeon, of all the problems of being out in the Seattle region, access to fucking amazing salmon, definitely not one of them. Okay. I have tippity-tappitied, and I have makered and happitied. I don't know what I'm saying. I think I did. I think I just had some kind of minor aneurysm. And then... Okay, sorry. So jumping back. To those of you who've just joined us, we were playing Forgotten Blood. It's very rough. It's very rough. And I don't want to diss on it. I don't want to spend the afternoon like picking it apart because it's not a David Cage multi-squillion dollar, I'm so much better than you with my Frenchish accent and the fact that I met David Bowie once. You know, this is somebody's first attempt. And you know what? Through all the jank and the technical problems, there was a spark there. It was a little one, and I don't want to smother that. You know, I sincerely wish I could sit and chat with the dev behind it and be like, okay, here's what needs fixing, here's what needs sorting. Boy howdy, there is a lot of bugs to fix. Damn, that felt spiteful. You got a can.
Can at your face.
You promised you'd stop doing that. My teeth. Okay. We're getting some record-breaking fish today. So yeah, I'm downloading some titles for us to choose from this afternoon.
Wow, nothing there.
Oh, it's downloading now!
Why are there options suck? I stopped playing it for you.
I told you not to. Because there is one other title that we could bring to bear. It's the one I showed you. Donkey.
Oh, yeah.
Business Fish has not been added to stream fishing yet.
Oh,
He should, shouldn't he?
good.
I will
I have one in particular. I can draw it up.
do it. Do you mean aside from the "why will" that you wrote on the boards
Well,
and with Rip Business Fish?
I just want to make sure we all remembered what happened to business fish. I mean, it went out the bad way.
Wasn't my choice. Wasn't my fault. I didn't know.
Yeah.
They all watched me fall in love with that fish, knowing what would happen.
How does it get again?
Okay. Oh. Sorry, just nervous saying I claim nothing of the little fire chaos. Well, fire is chaos of her own. Indeed. Indeed. Okay. Yeah, slim pickings indeed. Homegrown, naturally sourced chaos. God. I was so brain dead yesterday that I went to put a cloth in the freezer for little fire just to help with cooling. I forgot to put any water on it, so it was just dry cloth coming out the fucking freezer. It was not my smartest of moves. Exclamation dry cloth. God. Okay. So, fishing legends. I say let's do another 5 minutes on the fishing clock. I can't tell if that was threatening or flirtatious. And then we are going to rotatey potatey. Again, I do think that Forgotten Blood could become something special. I think it's irking me. Long ship shop. Long ship shop! Oh man, Vanderbeek's got thunder. Actually, it is kind of funny that both Little Fire and I are wearing Longship hoodies today. The new Mark IIIs. Well, we don't always wear exactly the same.
We only have one Brendan hoodie.
For now. For now. It's okay to be let down. The letdowns make the uplifts more memorable. No, it's like with that game we just tried, like it's the start of something. If that individual keeps making games, they'll make some absolute bangers. You know, oftentimes it's easy to forget that we don't see people's first games. And that was definitely somebody's first game. And that's alright. Again, if whoever made it can take the next, 6 months to a year, spend some time, some attention, some care on it, they'll be onto an absolute fucking banger. The problem will be is that if they see the negative reviews on Steam and then go, I'm never making a game again. Yeah. when you want to transition from making art for yourself to making art for a living, you have to take that dose of reality. And unfortunately, it can be a poison pill for most. I do remember one lad, who shall remain nameless, who made a single game and talked a very big game about making a second game and then did nothing. A story which actually isn't that common. Usually once folks put out the first game, then the curse follows them through. No, but Verdant, I do remember very drunkenly telling you had to write a book or something. But that's your fault. That's your fault for being funnier than me consistently. Oh, I got a molten virals. It's good soup.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Holy shit, 46.
46? Are you talking to me or Nubby?
Offered this key, and you can use AI for the store assets. So
Oh.
he made a whole entire fucking game and decided to say fuck it at the very end.
I mean, imagine someone waiting to the last minute to think about how to sell their game and panicking. Couldn't be me.
Maybe because I have ADHD.
Yeah? Oh, Vanderbeest, lovely.
Reactor online. Sensors
It's just,
online.
it's good that
Weapons
The
online.
Void Reigns
All
Upon Her
systems
Heart is such a
nominal.
short, small game.
Afternoon and her what?
Orzine, Watto, and Fish. Sorry, Keldra, seriously. I know 46 months seems like a small number compared to, 90s and 60s and whatnot, but that's still many years. So seriously, thank you. And Orzine, always a pleasure, never a chore. Thank you. So, to those of you who just joined us, we were playing Forgotten Blood, but it is very rough around the edges. With some time and some love, it could be something really special, but it's not ready. So we're having a little bit of a fish while I had to do some tippity-tappity, make stuff happy. God, I said that like an arsehole. Wait, when do I not sound like an arsehole? Stay humble, Will. Stay humble. So we're doing a spot of fishing, and then we're going to look at what to play next. Because I know what I want to play. And I don't know if this is going to be a begging forgiveness kind of afternoon or what have you, but I really want to play a game called Returns Outlet Simulator. A, thankfully, non-AI riddled little running a shop game where you take in returns, repair them, and resell them. And I know it sounds dumb, but the automation in it and some of the functionality of it has gotten its fucking hooks into my brain. And I can't jump into Silverfish because we're playing Silverfish on Friday. So yeah, that is why Little Fire is chanting Long Ship Shop. And as games go as a background to talk about other stuff. Orzine says, it's okay, Will. I'll play Silverfish for you. Look, I'm gonna fuck around on the beta branch on Friday. That's gonna be my Friday night. Can't wait. Sorry? Yes. Oh no, Orzine, I didn't get BloodNet installed into Stream Fishing. Make myself a little post-it for that one. Fish. Orzine and Fish, and Okay. And Orzine, I'll get it on the go because I want to add business fish to the pool as well. You know, in memoriam. So.
What's that?
Oh, just I think it's was it a PNG or a JPEG? A pung. Is that what I sound like? Sing the song of your people. What the fuck was what? I don't know. That was a reskeet of someone. What are we going to halvesies?
Ooh, can we make a TikTok here?
We can make a TikTok right now.
I want to do a TikTok where the person is like, "Oh, you're gonna let me eat the honey butter off of it later," and the person's like, "No," and they take the check and they're like, "Half."
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm fine with this. We have scrimped and saved, so we are having a little teeny tiny date night tonight. Yeah, you did. I'm the one being wined and dined, you see. So I think that means I have to put out.
Yeah,
I haven't checked etiquette.
Wait, was there ever an option?
Oh look, Detective Will, but it's not. It's Duck Detective Will.
Bitches these days, creepy.
It's me. I'm bitches. Ah, the duck legend, him duck self. This probably means Hoffers is going to win. All right. You got 5 minutes left of fishing because I got distracted and I was going to... But at past, I will call final cast. Oh, that's so weird, friends. That wasn't an echo of my voice. That was Jess in the background. Oh my god. Oh. That could be a winning duck. No, but I'm pretty sure I did the squats for Ark.
I don't remember. I remember you saying that you did the squats.
No, I did them,
I
right?
don't remember you doing them.
Because I did them with Nova's 5. I did the 10.
I don't think you did.
You're just trying to get more squats out of me. Oh. I tell you, friends, sometimes trying to keep things fine.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Ark of the Conclave. Do you mind if it's tiny screen squats so that everyone can continue their fishing? God damn it, dice! Oh fuck you! Simple chaos. Can't even be mad. You lot literally keep me alive. Do you know fucking Twitch sent out a custom email to everyone about Mega 64's whole like chaos room thing they did. Poor Rocco getting flashbanged and destroyed for bits. And Twitch is like, hey, have you considered giving your community the bit-related tools to fucking destroy you, physically and psychologically? Alright. So that's 15 squats.
Squats and oats numpty boy.
Squats and oats. Alright, but I'm putting back the emotional support Dreamcast music. And no one has said, no, you can't do short screen squat. So, if you want to try your hand at fishing, exclamation fish, you've got 3 minutes to get your casts in. And I love this so much that you've inspired them to make me do more squats. I can't, like I said, I can't even be mad, but I'm going to be. Saturday was so much chaos. Because on Saturday we were talking about a lot of very chaotic things. I shan't repeat what I said, but oh, I got a bony-tailed chub. But at the end of the stream, as we were bringing things to a close, Reflective asked how much to, whilst wearing the historically accurate Roman costume and then the Gundam costume over, how much to do the fucking the bouncing anime dance. And I went, you know what? I'll just do it. Because everybody had thrown in so much cash. And then they threw more cash in on top of it. Nearly had to wear a maid outfit. Oh. It's fine. How can something so terrifying be so delicious? A croissant shark.
Croissant?
Okay, Hoffers has got like legendary fishing status today. Alright. You got 2 minutes to get your casts in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Here's my question. If you had a croissant shark, would you start with the face or would you start with the tail? Would you start eating it from the tail forwards or from the face down? Oh, Dice would start with the fin. I mean, cracking it open in the middle is also valid. What? I'm asking the important questions here. I'm asking the hard-hitting questions that everyone else is afraid to.
Oh, yeah.
This is my Frost Nixon. You know, my personal favourite is when I say something like that and you laugh in spite of yourself. But then what you could do is you could do the French thing of like dipping a croissant in some hot chocolate, and you could have like the tail going in one side and the face coming out the other, like it's about to fuck you up. Croissant. I once heard a comedian say that there's nothing whiter than being concerned about the correct pronunciation of croissant, and it has stuck in my head ever since. Right, I'm calling it no more casts. No more casts. Little turd. Quacksant. Yeah, it does seem like this is Hoffer's to win, though. No more casts, thank you. And then let's run a store and let's talk about video games.
Yay!
Because I've been trying to think of like, I wonder what games are going to look like in a couple years' time now that like all bets are off. And like, I think we're going to see more like little little operations pop up like Supergiant. And I say little only in terms of like not being thousands of people. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what those studios end up being. All games will be released for the Virtual Boy. I wanted to be the last Ouya developer, but I never got to. Well, yeah, but I also, John Deere, I don't see Supergiant suddenly, like, doing fat lines of coke and hiring 100 people more. You know. Yacht Club kind of had their humbling So now they've got the success of Mina the Hollower. I'm going to be interested to see what Yacht Club turn into. And I'm hoping that we'll see more teams like it. I'm just going to say this. I think we're going to see Hello Neighbor the movie, and then we're going to see Tiny Build going from leaps and bounds. My theory is that the only reason we haven't seen Hello Neighbor the movie announced is because it was probably already in discussion and is in like legal argument hell. There was even a TV show. Yeah, Alnus, the Inner Sloth style of supporting a bunch of different games with some decent business contracts is not a bad shout. Anyway, shocking no one, our fishing winner today is the Hoff, with Mahoffman at 1,672, followed by Dice, Legend, Little Fire, Scotty, myself, then Patch Rabbit, Aeon, Jonas, Orzine, Verdant, DJ Coil, Keldra, Minnesota, Unholy Glee, J-Post, and Van the Beast. An excellent question, Legend. Let's have a look. Because Hoffer's got the Ducktective Will and the Croissant Shark. Fun fact, I actually googled the average weight of a duck to give that its official ranking. Dice got some candy cornfish. I got a molten virals. So Hoffer's with a ghost fish, a turtle, marlin. At some point, Jess, you got a jellyfish plushie. Oh, so Legend, your big catch was a yellow tang. It was all gold and sparkly. Exactly, soup viral. Viral soup. A lot of pickles. That's 3 pickles! DJ Coil, Patch Rabbit, and Orzine. This is why we don't need pickles in the fridge. No. The last couple of times that you lot have been very generous, we have used it to do homemade burgers. Yeah, it's shocking no one at all. Probably not the healthiest of pastimes, but... You're right. So look, I know it's not high art. I know it's not... I'd like to do a little bit of this. Will you all indulge me of that? I mean, it's a good background game for just talking about nonsense.
Where's the party?
It's after 4:20, so I can high art. That's okay. And Hookshot, Watto, and welcome. How you doing, friend? Okay. So, first things first. I need a name for my shop while we talk about video games. And to those of you who joined us this afternoon, if you do want to talk about the PlayStation stuff and things like, you're more than welcome. We deconstructed it a lot, and then, I don't know. I wouldn't say we got into copium. But I was getting people to talk about, like, PlayStation memories and things like that. Oh, what are we selling at the shop? Technically, refurbished electronics.
You can't refurbish immediately.
But, in the short term, I don't know. We could sneak some meth under the counter, maybe? I guess the meth's more a Schedule 1 thing.
We're not selling meth.
You never let me have any fun. Oh.
Sorry, I'm trying to keep you out of fucking prison. You're not going to survive in prison.
You never let me sell any meth. You never let me do any meth. Oh, John Deere with just a reminder that play has no limits. Has no limits until you reach the undisclosed limit. PlayStation. Blah, 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 blah. What's that? Your game's being taken away. Unlicensed trinkets is pretty good. Viking brands, not bad. Black market rams, fine. The long shop. Circuit blonde, that's pretty good. Unlicensed trinkets is currently winning, but I know we can do better.
If you exclusively sell scary games and movies, you could have a little shop of horrors.
Okay, one, that's very good. And two, I was like, oh man, there's a bunch of those stores around this way. Those are sweet. Last year's RRP. Uncut gams.
Oh my gosh.
I like uncut gams.
Wait a minute, don't Google that.
Oh, not uncut. Jesus.
Oh, Jesus.
Uncut.
Will.
No, not uncunt.
Oh my god.
This is what happens. I watch British telly and I want to drop C-bombs every 2 seconds. Cunty McCunting faces, cunting store. Jesus. I'd call it C-bombs, but I don't want to get the Discord subpoenaed. Time till profit. Okay, that's very good. Oh, I ran out of characters. Boo! AKA Lionhead Studios. Rest in pepperoni. I can't. Oh, time to profit. Yes. All right. Verdant and Avenger coming together. I do like that it's already in our house colors. I mean, I guess red and blue is not exactly striking. Welcome to the TTP store. Okay. Alright. First things first, though. The music has to stop. It is the same 2 seconds of loop.
Yeah.
And as someone who listens to a lot of the same music, it's driving me loopy. I'll get over it, I know. But also, friends, if you haven't seen these kinds of games before, there are buttloads of them. Whoever created a lot of the sets available on UE5, UE4, you can buy a lot of these as pre-made assets. A lot of these games are shite, and a lot of them are riddled with AI slop. This one isn't. And the reason why I want to share this with you all is eventually we'll get this cracked open. Each time you get sent a pallet of goodies, you get to break them down, you work out like automation systems, you know, repairing and pricing consoles, games, etc. You can even come across like, you know, rare collectibles like a limited edition Tamagotchi or something. And I don't know why, this is just another one that's wormed its way into my brain. I wanted to play this last night, but it doesn't run on the Steam Deck. Well, it runs, it's not playable on the Steam Deck. You're supposed to use the screen and the touch screen elements, but yeah. Okay. Oh, good. Take out a loan. Okay. Also, Hookshot, it hits the minimum requirements. It's just, this is one of those games that's so reliant on a mouse and keyboard for styling. You know what? I'm feeling spicy. I'm gonna get a tall double shelf. Yeah. I believe in TTP. I believe in TTP. We'll find out together. Okay. Oh, minimum requirements is the store name. Shit, that's not bad. Okay. Purchase a delivery spot for the pallet. One of those. But I guess the other reason why I wanted to play this with your lovely selves is because... Oh, where? Where is delivery spot? I just bloody bought one.
You have to place it.
I do, but where is it? Oh.
Thank God.
I'm a professional. A professional what? I'll leave that to you. And order a pallet using the laptop in the store. Well, you'll remember when it used to be mind-boggling that there would be a game that wasn't based around combat. Like, when you think about the point at which Doom took over the industry, that was a long fucking time ago. That was a very long time ago. Whose back of hand is this? Bloody Gundams losing their bloody pieces all over the place. But, like, it used to be a huge fucking deal. You know, there were loads of people that were confused at the very concept of The Sims. Oh, Burden's saying, this reminds me of The Sims 2 Open for Business. It does...
I loved that game. Oh my God. So good.
It was. Boom. I bought the expensive pallet. Damn, Hookshot says all games are based on combat. Are you fighting Nazis, taxes, or your own creativity? Oh, no, that just yoted. Okay. Cut with knife. Ah, I'll get close to it. Bloody marvellous. Alright, we have fucking tennis balls. Shitting me. Okay. But, like, joking aside, there's so much over the years that is just thoroughly bizarre in the world of games. You know, interestingly, like, the success of Doom probably kneecapped a lot of shit. But in the same time, like, there was so much stuff from the, like, the point and click era that wasn't good. We can be honest here.
Watch your mouth!
Frickin' when will you... Oh. Can I interest you all in a bunch of knives? Not everyone can be a koala detective game, or a qual detective game. Exactly. Not everyone has your joie de vivre. But joking aside, like, it's wild to me that there's this whole subset of games that are not based around, you know, puzzles or combat, where you're doing, you know, jobs and finding things and... Like, I'm trying to think, to my knowledge, Devolver might be the only folks who have who have published, like, a game like this at a big level. You know, there are a few, we'll call them third parties that specialize in games like this. Unfortunately, most of those are Well, sadly they're slopfest, let's be honest. Okay, firstly, ow. Secondly, damn. Alright. Words can hurt. Okay. Some busted up gaming mice. What do you mean money can be used to buy more knives? Madness. Alright, so we've got gaming and shaving, busted electric razors, and busted old mice. But no, I find it wild because I haven't seen anybody outside of our little corner really discussing these games. I see them talked about, you know, but I see them talked about like a joke. Like, oh, isn't it funny how much these fucking... Isn't it funny how much these games suck? Oh, look at how terrible they are. Well, I mean, not to that's your opinion of it, but it seems like people really enjoy these, and it seems like people are buying loads of them. Oh, I haven't actually priced any of these. When were you gonna tell me?
Never.
Keep throwing my phone on the floor. It's like real life. Well, so Scotty, I was pondering that, and like the card trading game was definitely in the you know, first of its name category, but it's a really fun game. Like, even if you're not, it's not living the dream. As much as it is just, it's not as much living the dream as it is like a fun thing that you can do. There's a cycle to it. Yeah, while I do hate it when games companies use the term, you know, game loop, talking about your game in that manner is, well, deconstructing games in that manner is fine. The game loop of this is fucking great. Every morning, you have as much time as you want to set up the whole store, lay everything out, do all your, like, pre-faffermancy. What did I do wrong?
Nothing. I'm about to send you the next fish for.
You're about to send me another business fish.
Yeah.
Is this going to make me sad?
Yeah.
Touche. Tomodachi Life is living the dream. God.
I want that game so bad. Oh, shit.
I mean, Tomodachi Life really is the... If you make content the reward, then people will have the best fucking time. You know, you have the chaos comedy games like, what was it, the one about the aliens running a gas station together and things like that. But ultimately, the gameplay of it... Bless you, and bless you. The gameplay of those games is different from the gameplay of this. Yes, we're selling electronics and tennis balls. Don't worry about it. But the wild thing about this actually kind of ends up being fun. Like, Now, I do think that kind of like what was it, the game that you were playing where you work customer service in hell? Retail hell, yes. I do think that games like that. God damn it! To get my pre-opening squats in. I do think that games like this. I think that they. Mentally, yes.
Okay.
Stream-wise and physically, I'm fine. Mentally, that was a complete lock-up there. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Scotty says they remember playing PC Building Sim quite a bit when it arrived. And that makes a lot of sense. No! I just saw what little fire sent. Little fish. Ah, that's gonna haunt me for a long time. Friends, you're gonna have to forgive the mouse on screen for just a second. Terror. Oh, the Holy Guacamole graphic tablet. Worth a few bob. But yeah, so what I was trying to say was there are these whole emergent genres of games that are popping up even now, even as we're being told by, you know, dickheads who make more money than fucking sense, you know, we're being told that no, you know, the games industry is dying, there's no way it'll survive, you know, this is the end, blah, blah, blah. Actually, not really, mate. You know, actually, games have never been more varied and more, I don't know, healthy? Games Are Dead proceeds to sell, you know, 10 million copies of a game in 2 weeks. But that's the thing, is like, Fearless always used to say, sorry, that made it sound like Fearless was fucking post-humorous there. I'm so sorry. Fearless is a big fan of saying that the big companies don't want to sell us games, they want to sell us business models. Right? No, I didn't kill Fearless. Fearless is fine. Don't you start. I will get the hose. God damn it! I heard the cackle from the bathroom. But what I mean is that now that the folks in the AAA space have, you know, we've proven that we really don't want to buy the product. In both video games and in both in the playing of games and in both the playing of games and the business of games, we don't really want. We're not picking up what they're putting down. You know what I mean? I'm never gonna fucking hear the end of this. You're all terrors.
real terrors. The only terror here is me, there's the murderer. Contact my lawyer if I could afford one. Anyway, all I'm trying to say is that the reason why we're not seeing more games like this being, you know, put available on larger stores is because a lot of the big bastards don't see the fucking value in it. Shot. You've sent me my invoice. Oh no, I saw what you have said. And in the words of that one bloke from Vine, I can't believe you've done this. I'm in business fish mourning. Nuh-uh. Patch Rabbit, you just don't understand my incredibly competent business skills. I absolutely meant to yeet that like that. But the other thing about this, right? You can spend as much time as you want decorating your store, fucking around with your store, you know, finding stuff. Like, the timer doesn't begin until you clear... the timer doesn't begin until you say, alright, it's... Oh. Missed shot. Alright. And yeah, now we can sell some stuff while everybody comes on in. Sit here in silence. Oh, this is like working real retail. Standing behind a counter and doing nothing for a whole shift. Is the store open? No, it says store open. Do I need to advertise? I don't have any reviews. See, and this game will be perfect with some Twitch integration and some chaos. Like, you lot come in and be terrors and whatnot. I'd say, did I just open a fucking store in the Zombocalypse? But that's the thing, like, the TCG simulator, the tabletop simulator, the one about, like, building RC and stock cars and things like that. Yeah, Dungeon Bodega Sim. Okay. Uh... 2050. Boom. And that's it. Later on, you gain employees who can handle... Well, from what I've seen, we can get people to auto-checkout because apparently we just trust everyone. But yeah, that was our first sale. We're rolling in it. I don't know. $21.50. Boof. Get out of here. I think about how much, in terms of resources, we put into Concord, and how if that had been a really lean project, it probably could have survived. Because here's the thing. I don't know if you'll... $10.02. I don't know if you all have been keeping up with Deadlock, but it's just going from strength to strength, and it's not even officially out yet. You know, can you imagine if something like Concord had been able to, like, blossom and grow? I kind of feel like I want to write, like, a best practice of business for a lot of these things. Well, I'll tell you what, Verdon, I'll split the difference. I won't go crazy, but I will eat Mr. Krabs. I have an idea. How much do you owe? Jesus. 144. Pacham. Get out of here. We just got to serve customers until we level up enough for the following day. You do reach a point where, again, like, people will do self-checkout, or you can hire people to do the hard bit. Yeah, and Patch Rabbit, what's fascinating about that one is, like, they can spool up and down Deadlock as it does. You know, one of my homies over at Valve's working on, like, the control schemes of it and stuff like that. But, like, Deadlock launched well after Overwatch. Sorry, forgive me tripping over my words. Sorry, that last little God was just having flashbacks to working in Game Station. And I tell you, I would have stayed in games retail if you could actually make a living doing it. It was so good. Go follow this bloke on TikTok. It's the don't worry, I know a shortcut bloke. Oh. Almost charged him $5,000. That's fine. I know what a decimal place is. Shut up. I guess that's just, like I said, it's annoying me is like, I don't do well in a corporate environment because I like saying things honestly. I am very much a proponent of the you know, don't bullshit a bullshitter. You know, if you need to bullshit the higher ups, bullshit the higher ups. Don't bullshit me. And everything, especially around Microsoft, but now with the Sony thing, it just smacks of this, like, you know, feeding us this PR bullshit. And I know why. I'm not ignorant to it at all. I know exactly why. It's just frustrating. Oh, I mean, so that's kind of cool. I always think about how in all the restaurants and places like that in New Zealand, how there's two styles. You either pay for your food and drinks at the bar, or you order, you do your meal, and there's someone at the door that you walk up to and just pay as you're on the way out. I always think that's really cool. Having to ask for the check is the most awkward part of the dining experience. Oh, God. Nearly wiped out that poor man's bank account. It's not if you roll checkmate when you need to pay. Jesus. I don't know. It's really... I haven't had the chance to, like, get a clear head and sit and think on, like, where we are in games and what we should be doing. Honestly, I think an operation like Strange Scaffold that had a bit more overhead, I think that's the play, right? Okay, store's closed. Got some keyboards and some Man, the game sold really quick. A few people picking up the holy guacamole pads. No one bought any fucking... Oh no, we sold some tennis balls. Alright. Alright. Take care of the store till the end of the day. Alright. So we close the store. Oh, enter to finish the day. Alright. Not too shabby. Aye. Okay. Oh, the reviews are in! Love the service. Quality could be improved. Everything is average. Everything is average. Efficient. Great service. That's me. Okay, open the management. Pay the rent. And we'll pay that now. You know, we're ahead of the curve. Oh, and we get to choose a perk. Palette categories in audio. A decor sampler. Well, obviously, I'm going to take a decoration. It's for nerds! We're going to sell those audio MacGuffins and make $1 squillion. Sorry, but I'm just thinking about, like, you know, one of the things that Strange Scaffold has been doing really well is that it isn't just the same game each time. It's almost reminiscent of how back in the day, like, each studio would do a little bit of everything. There'd be a racing game, there'd be a fighting game, there'd be a shooter, a point and click, or something. I think having the funds to be able to spread your creativity around so that you're not reliant on one key pillar. God. It's actually kind of funny when you think about how the concept of the key pillar gonna buy myself another little shelf real quickly. I remember why we need a hatchet. Okay. I'll buy ourselves a new pallet. Yeah, right, it's probably for the pallets. God, I think back to all those old, like, episodes of, like, Electric Playground and stuff like that, and how there'd be a long-winded conversation. I can still remember Tommy Tallarico quotes when he's talking about, like, you know, no one's going to enjoy, you know, such and such. Turns out, actually, everyone did, and he was extremely wrong. There we go. Yeah, Smash Melee was 2 out of 10 game. But the idea of a game that wasn't, you know, brown and, you know, nothing but shooty gun bang was an impossible concept. No one's going to want this. Turns out they actually did. Alright, size, class. We'll do a couple of these. We got... Oh, this is the other cute little hook to this. You can look at a couple of pictures of the palettes before you buy them, because the idea is it's supposed to be secondhand. This one's AB class, so yeah. We'll deconstruct that one, pop it out, do the next one. Because again, there's no fucking time limit. There's literally nothing to stop us. doing whatever the heck. Okay, Knife, I need you to work with me here. Oh, you actually have to go about the bloody motions. Okay. Yes, his mother must be so proud. It is extremely funny, though, that there are lots of Wikipedia articles which did have him listed on that now say source needed. I do think that's extremely funny. Yeah, and Patch Rabbit, that's like, if you're actually looking at the strategy of this game, that's where it comes from. Later on, you get the opportunity to bid on pallets, but you know, the cheaper they are, the more risk there is. Oh, fancy headphones. Oh, right quality. And look, I know it seems like I'm labouring the point here. It's just like this card shop simulator, tabletop, the whole shebang. They have sold so well. Hell, as much as it pains me, you know, quite a few of the meme games in question have done very well, even if I might take umbrage with that. Oh yeah, and so Patro, we have a mix as well. Later on, we start getting stuff to refurbish. So new obviously goes for more, used secondhand, cheaper, you know, obviously doesn't take a genius to work that one out. But later on we'll be able to either repair them to get shitey stuff back up to new, or break down for additional parts. And you know what? I think we got second pallet cash. So like the mystery pallet here is very expensive. We get nothing that we can work out. You know what? Let's sell the stock we've got before I start getting too spicy. Right. Come buy your stuff. Come buy. Notice the door doesn't even close. But anyway. In no world can Sony or Microsoft turn this into a games as service fuckfest. Now, Roblox and things like it have a lot of games like this that are mini games, but muchly. And one of these days we are going to do a multiplayer weekend where we do like Supermarket Simulator. Well, it's not that. Roblox and things like that are closed platforms, so while people could make a game that is successful in Roblox, they can't make a title in Roblox that will spill out. You know? Yeah, the only thing that I don't even know if Tommy's site is still up. The only thing it needs is like a top 5 friends and, I don't know, a fucking anime background. Oh, Nana Gaming! What are you up to, Nana Gaming? Oh, we're doing karaoke now, down at Bingo. Ah, you'll love this. No, so Vernon, if you die in Roblox, you don't die in the real, but they do get to take one of your children. Sounds like a win-win. Don't want kids anyway. Okay, I'm not going to ask what you are doing, ma'am. Yeah, well, and so Hoffers, the other thing I heard about Tommy Tallarico was that because he was running the Audio Network group, or whatever it was called, he wasn't a bully, but he would take credit. Well, okay, we actually know he'd take credit, you know what I mean? Like, he wasn't a massive dick to the people underneath him, but he would just freely take credit for it. You know, apparently his audio group did actually help a lot of people get into game audio and stuff. But also, he fucking lied. And, I mean, the big thing is obviously, with Tommy Tallarico, is the Intellivision or whatever it was. You know, you can lie about being the first person to work on Sonic. You can lie about the fact that Shigeru Miyamoto likes you. I can tell anybody, Shigeru Miyamoto's my best fucking mate. We used to do fucking Jaeger bombs down at fucking Crown in Horsham. He'd be like, Will, you're my best mate, and I'd fucking love you to work on a Metroid. And I'd be like, Shigeru Miyamoto, you know I can't work on it, Metroid, on account of the restraining order against Samus. You know. What's a billion lies next to... The thing was, like, what destroyed him was, you know, lying in a legal capacity about stocks and shares and investors and stuff like that. You know, Tommy Tallarico didn't get destroyed because we found out that he didn't work on Metroid. He got destroyed because he said in investor environments that people were working on stuff that weren't. And unfortunately, when you spend all your time in bullshitting people, you forget that there are situations in which you cannot bullshit people. Yeah, no, the thing that killed him was H-Bomber Guy. It still made me fucking laugh. The last GDC I was at, with H-Bomber Guy trundling around. And everyone looking at him like, please don't let me be next. Like, we saw Tallarico's house was available for sale after everything went down. And I just remember that meme of H-Bomber Guy has the opportunity to do the funniest fucking thing right
We
now.
have reached the becomes vaguely loud Scottish everyone. Brace.
Okay, firstly, that was my doop-de-doos, not my Scottish voice. Thank you. My Scottish voice is a bit more square go like. It's me, Shigeru Miyamoto. I made fucking Mario and shit. I'm right fucking good, mate. The Simple Chaos' fault. Little Fire said they would never blame Simple Chaos. They're an angel. Oh, anyway, Fred, how are you doing? We played a game earlier today that desperately needed more time in the oven, and now we're just talking about everything and nothing. I've wanted to play this since I saw it, and it's fucking good. I know it doesn't look it, but it's fucking good.
See it.
Thanks to you.
You found it.
Kind of. Simple Chaos, fucking throw me under the bar, Little Fire, thank you. Yeah, actually, my favorite Shigeru Miyamoto quote is 11! 11! It's alright. Wraith's watching the footy, so I don't have to worry. I'm going at it here like it's fucking human traffic. Sweet! swinging on the vine. We got some fucking jungle in here. Grandma Gaming coming in here. And I forgot to turn off the slug snack counter, so fuck it. 50p and a bag of skips. Nana Gaming snapped that pad over her knee like it owed her money. Elo took a hit, and she's going to get some vengeance. Oh no! Fred says that the back to office plan is in effect, so tomorrow might be the last day we get to hang out and watch stream. I'm so sorry, mate. Well, hopefully... Alright. Hopefully in some of the Friday streams and later streams we can still get to see you. God. Alright. And that's another fucking day. Oh, spent a lot, paid a lot. Simple Chaos says the long ship 50. The long ship 50 is a number that is enforced, not observed. Alright, we've got to get some fucking stock in here. Level up and some shit. Let's fucking go. Okay, so we're level 3. So we can get bigger pallets, faster movement, or we can get a paper bin. I say let's just get bigger pallets. Don't need faster movement. Oh, I only had 1 perk point. Alright. Oh, we got the bins out the bloody back. Rent's 50 quid a day? Fucking hell. Well, you see, Simple Chaos. If I ever get the purple tick here on Twitch, I have to play Raft. So the longer that I go before actually having to do that, the better, really. Happened to me bloody perk? Spent all that cash. Yeah, I'm supposed to be getting big pallets. All right. Well, we'll get a nice big audio pallets there, and I don't know. We'll get a shitey little mysteries one as well. Let's go. Oh, we have to unpack the first one before we're allowed more. Oh. I think the soundtrack perfectly encapsulates the exciting gameplay experience that we have going on here. Oh shit, we got the saber tooth in. Oh, that's right good. But yeah, so if I self-sabotage, that means I don't have to play Raft. Yeah. Ah, fucking snookered that one, didn't I? I wish Salem was still here. Can't really make human trafficking references without. And you're probably right, Vernon. This probably means that like the following day, you know, we'll be guaranteed to start finding some extra large pallets. No! I was gonna say, can I have business fish as an emote? But I've been beaten. I've been beaten. These are Donatello microphones. Oh, he's a pretty decent turtle, that bloke. No Splinter taught them to be ninja teens. Never get that down at Amalanstead, I tell thee. No! Business fish before Will. Business fish after Will. This is savage. This is savage. I am an upstanding member of the community. I am a business owner. I'm a local business now. Got $800. Yeah, why not? Why not get another little pallet? Job's a good one. God damn it. And here's the thing: those of you who haven't been part of the blueprints runs, you don't even know. You don't even know. You don't even know. Oh, bobcats. I don't even know if the game is complicated to the point where users will look behind existing stuff to pick things up. But fuck it, we'll find out.
Someone needs to make a business nigiri emote to reflect what we really did with our beloved fish.
Me? Business Nigiri, though, is a great title. Me. I will not be held responsible. The blood of these fish is not on my hands. Business fish was my... Business fish kept me sane. Business fish was my, my beacon in the dark. My fishy guiding light through the halls of Mount Holly. And those of you who knew what was going to happen and said nothing, you were the true criminals. Let me get attached for months. Turns out we've been doing blueprints for like 6 months. Yeah, I definitely want like a rotating turntables instead of like a cashier's setup. Business fish was only 6 months old. Oh, I'm getting savaged here. job's as good a... Job's a bloody good un. First Fearless, now Business Fish. Fearless is fine. Business Fish is fine. Shenanigans. Just sit here and listen to my emotional support Dreamcast music. I don't have to stand for this. Sorry, little fire says we lose our friends every day, and you know how much I hate making friends, Will. And here you are, taking them away. You know how many more friends we would have if I was allowed? Do you know how many people you would have to interact with if I was unleashed? It is extremely funny that if we even go to like the coffee shop at a specific or a non-specific time, the sheer number of folks that we end up talking to on the way. Okay, Gaming Grandma has been in many days in a row, and I don't know if I need to worry. Can't help Trader Joe's employees. Yeah, I mean, they have to talk to people. That is part of their whole shtick. You can't save them. Only Joe can save them. Unleashed like Sonic. Will, are you a werehog? Legally, I can't talk about that on Twitch. Any conversations about me and my werehog will get me in Twitch jail. How very affordable. Jesus. Get out before I can store. Shenanigans, a lot of you. The lot of you! And you're encouraging them! I'm just trying to run a business here. At least Gaming Grandma respects me. Respects my profession. Boom, boom, boom. Oh. Hang on, how do I reset change?
Totally legitimate business.
How do I reset change? There we go. It's almost as if the controls were on the screen at the same time. I know what I'm doing. Jesus. Alright. Apparently everyone's coming after the fucking weekend. Not as good as a wink. J-Post, heckin' thank you and heckin' thank you. Is that our first 93 months? 7 months away from 100. What the fuck is my life? And I mean that in the best possible way. And Vershi, you know I've got the spicy mustard ready to go. And the Mario Brothers always pay in cash. Oh Oh, well, greetings to your cat, Patch Rabbit. Tell him I say pss, 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 if you will. So yeah, so J-Post, Watto and welcome. We were playing a Kingsfield-like indie game, but it was very rough. So, we've done a cheeky pivot. And this is something that I really wanted to play yesterday, but couldn't make it play nice with the Steam Deck. Not because it doesn't run on the Steam Deck, but because the controls just don't. I'm sure I could have made them function if I had. Damn, these fuckers have bought me out of house and home. I'm sure with enough trial and error, I could have made it work. Ah, Patch Rabbit, I'll take that as an approval. Oh, I forgot to price the fucking game. Oh, there's no price on it. Does that mean it's free? Oh, it's just so fucking funny. There you go. Last thing available today is a fucking puzzle. Sorry, Gaming Nana, I've got nothing for you. What did you do with your last 3 pairs of headphones? I'm going to be honest with you all, I'm slightly concerned. She's a COD puzzle. She's a COD puzzle. She's a COD sicko and a half. No, fuck off. Store's closed. Oh, I do have a perk point available. Sampler, new materials, carrying goods. We get an accountant, advanced tools. Oh, pallets of tools and then pallets of computers and consoles. Oh, repair and disposal of A and C class. Ah, but we need the workshop, don't we? Piss. Alright, well I'll work towards the paper bin, because I want the workshop. Alright, 800 quid up. Let's fucking go. Alright. Both. Jesus. A mystery mix palette, $2,000 on the biggin. Yeah, let's fucking go. So Aeon, I don't know if I would ever be able to successfully run a. No, you know what? I probably could successfully run a shop. I mean, it's just more. It would have to be something specialty because I would talk everybody's fucking ear off. You know this, I know this. Oh, I hope you want some fucking kettles, my friends. Back of the net. Oh, I got some more headphones because Gaming Nana has been fucking yeeting those. Man, I've got to work on my trick shots. Thank you. I do deserve a gold sticker. I do have the slug cat snack counter still up. As whilst I have done... Oh, spicy. Whilst I have done very well today, I have not been perfect. But I have definitely been successfully juggling a lot of chaos today. So yeah, I feel I've done good. You're right, I can't sit here and say nobody said anything, like with bloody Rain World. Creatures of chaos, and yet no one told me I had to bloody break open space-time. Can't get the help, I tell thee. Let me guess. Sleeping bags worth nothing. Professional sleeping bag. I assume that's for the EA widows. Honestly, like, once I'm done with all of this, I think the first thing I'll probably spend cash on in this store is having someone who just handles the register for me. Because what you can do is you can have it so that you just handle repairs and stuff like that, and everybody else deals with the... Ooh, some fucking flat screens. Maybe I like having the didn't even price them. We still got 600 quid. I wonder if we should pick up on the little pallet or what have you, or just see how the day goes. We also explore down the back street, see if there's anything that we can just wholesale nick. I mean, liberate. Sorry, friends. I don't know if we've officially crossed into self-indulgent will time, but I fucking love these. I do think that combining this with some other games types, someone's going to make an absolute killing. Like, there was a game project I had that I was trying to pitch years ago that never went anywhere, where I wanted to have, I wanted to make a co-op mech game. You and your homies, you each have your own mech, and then you team up with one of your friends. Whoever's hosting the game, you're on their ship, which is also like a landing craft, which is also a huge, like, quad walking mech. And to offset the fact that whoever's driving the quad, or if you put it on autopilot, there isn't too much to do. The idea is you buy and sell the things you found on the planet, and then when the session is over, you'd fly off into the ammo, right? And now I see all those pieces in this, in Iron Nest, in, I mean, more Far Far West rather than Armored Core for mech customization. But, like, you feel me. Cheap palette is tempting. We can get a shitey mystery palette. Fuck it. Watch the mystery palette be fucking terrible. It's a lot of damaged swimming goggles. How are our reviews? I think we're doing good. I think Nana was pissed at us for not having any more headsets that she can bust open, but yeah, so a lot of these are fucked. Oh yeah, no wonder this was so bloody cheap. God, part of me thinks that we should just recycle the shit out of this later. Because that is something you do get access to later. You know, it's only $200, and I don't think it's going to be worth it. Alright. I gotta change the fucking vibes on this. Okay. There we go. We went from ambient Dreamcast music to nightmarish London fashion shop. I was about to have some kind of fucking breakdown. But not a cool breakdown, one of those weird breakdowns. Yeah, we need the workbench to be able to break this shit down. But it wasn't expensive, so we haven't lost anything. I guess. We can price a few of these. Yeah, see, damaged. That's not even worth the time it takes to put it out on the ruddy shelf. I don't know what gas heaven is, but here the fuck we are. Alright. Congratulations, you're all going to be recycled later. So really, I'm just saving the planet. Just as Captain Planet would have wanted. And sorry, friends, I do realise I'm getting a little bit glassy-eyed. Jesus, only worth $1. We get more from them. Oh, we got a free box cutter though. That's nice. Free knife. Sorry, yeah. I've been having a lot of trouble sleeping of late, and I think it is definitely affecting my. Maybe not so much the amount I can stream, but the amount at which I can hold a conversation and not be a complete fucking dingus. Alright. Oh! Okay, I managed to wedge that into the wall. Go me. You know what? I've thought about that very idea in the wee hours. What if you lot aren't real? And I don't think it matters anymore. If it turns out you lot aren't real, you know, let this loopy bloke have his madness. You know, it hasn't gotten to the point where I'm walking around town pretending to be an IRL streamer with a stick and a fucking rock on it. What up, gang? It's your boy, Extremely Unhinged Will. So I think on the perk tree, so the repair and disposal, I think that's the first thing we'll need to be able to start breaking stuff down. I think later on we get like a great big fucking shredder we can throw stuff into. You know what, Verdant? That's a good point. If I was doing it, I wouldn't know. And that's okay. Oh, Jesus. That man needs a kettle and a knife. With a level of in it, bruv, I'm not quite ready for. Numbers, you didn't miss much. The game we were initially playing is very rough. I wouldn't go so far as to call it bad, and I wouldn't disparage it, but it's not ready. It's not ready. And so this is a game I've wanted to fuck about with for ages since I've seen some other folks playing it. So that's what I'm doing. I was considering jumping on Cargo Hunters this afternoon, but I realized I would just go completely monosyllabic. And as Little Fire has pointed out, like, if we're going to do Cargo Hunters, I know the squad would want to know, like, when we're doing it proper, right? You know, for those of you who are really enjoying Cargo Hunters, you would want the chance to come join me. I don't know quite how the co-op system works, if you bring your own kit. You know, if you're risking your gear to come run. Oh, Valheim rules. So you just jump into the... And it's your character, but the host server. So you get to keep your upgrades, but not... You're bringing your upgrades, but not your gear. Oh. All of that in a sleeping bag. In times of yore, I thought he would have been going to a midnight launch. Nowadays, I know he's just living under his couch. Alright. Let's go get that. Spend that perk now. Okay. So we've got to buy a workshop, which we can afford. Oh, and a paper bin. Pop that right here. Sorry. Terribly sorry for the wait. God, if I could do a Basil Fawlty impression. Oh. Then I guess caffeine, I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Because if you've got your everything, then how does that all interlock? So we're just kind of shared spacing it. So it's my world and missions, but you're bringing all of your stuff. So, okay. Time to put the bloody bin. So meet up, mission progression, bases are separate. Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to it. You know? Damn. We're about to sell out again. Just like Real Big Fish told me it would be. Ooh.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
90 months? That's almost one whole year.
Shit, that is almost one whole year. I mean, I haven't checked the calendar. That seems very close to a year at least. Damn. I'm gonna close the shop early tonight, let me tell ya. Doody-doo, apples and pears. Now, as I said, both Little Fire and I have been saving up, so we're actually going on teeny tiny date night tonight. It's gonna be fucking good. Can he wait? Alright. Yeah, I don't have anything else. Honestly, what have we got on the shelf? Yeah. Fuck it, we're closed. Okay, so now, take this, head over to here. We would need an electromagnet and a fuse to take it from damaged to refurbished. But, to do that, we still need these two bins. But we now have the components that we had before. Oh my word. Yeah, I need those bloody bins, aren't I? We don't have any fuses, so can't make these too fancy, not yet. Damn. These aren't even worth fuck and all sheet. Terrible. Now I've got to do all this bloody cleaning up. Ah, Ruddy, tell thee. It's alright. Round here we recycle. Sorry, brain went all over the place there. The joke? Having coffee so I can be stupid faster. Should be a 10-point shot. Oh my god. Indeed, Verdant is entirely correct that the E in email waste does in fact stand for email. I just killed the fucking joke. Oh wow, these just suck. I guess there's nothing to break down in a fucking keyboard. Anyway, still levels us up a little bit.
Oh look, a button.
A
The
button
continual
indeed.
ultimate feist.
You're still proud of that. For those who don't know, Caffeine was the official first sub here. Because Caffeine was in the room when I turned it on. Still proud of that one. Hey! And a good evening to you, Restless Roots. How goes it, friend? We were playing Weird Indie games, and now we're kind of having a... Well, I wouldn't say a fully self-indulgent Will night, but... Yeah. Oh, I was talking about the fact that we're actually going to get to have like a little date night tonight. Looking forward to it. Now, if you're wondering why that's the case, it's because Jess has been working her arse off, and I've been working my arse off. I know I can't go into the the full details of it. Can't repair a drafts set. Well, Verdant, how do you think I don't manage to keep an arse? Yeah. Okay, I should just gotten in the bin and just done this. So anyway, sorry, Restless Roots, Watto and welcome, how are you doing? You're doing well, tell me your tales. We're having ourselves, I don't know, a good but odd evening, you know? As I've said many times, so we were playing a game called Forgotten Blood, which wasn't bad. It just wasn't, it wasn't ready, or isn't ready, I should say. It's available on Steam, and hang on. So if I put the battery in here, renewed, and return. Okay, so this is all fixed up. Okay, I don't want to utilize it. I've repaired it. Oh, there we go. Not perfect, but and probably not worth what I just paid for, but I feel pretty good that I renewed that. Restless Roots finally got the blaster stance in Jedi Survivor, but haven't got the mullet yet, so I'm rocking a man bun for now. Okay. You know, look, you're making progress towards being canonical, and I think that's what's important. Oh yeah, no, it's feckin' cool, and it's kind of curious that we didn't see that in other games up until this point. Like, I can't remember if Knights of the Old Republic let you use a... I can't remember if it let you use a blaster and a lightsaber at the same time. That's the thing I've been pondering. And if it did, like, did you have any, like, cool functions with it? Because I think it might be pretty unique in that regard. And I am told that the follow-up to Jedi Survivor's got even more fun shit in it. You could quick swap between two weapon profiles, but at the same time. Interesting. Because as I said, I've been playing Rogue Trader, which I'm thoroughly enjoying. I mean, it's 40k XCOM. It's not a hard thing to understand. Okay. I think we made our money on components for this. We probably got more components out of this than we paid for. Ah, true. Restless Roots. That would have been raddest. I also feel like getting a few more cheeky games around. Like, I don't know if there's a cool name for that period in Star Wars history where all the Jedi were just hiding. Oh, we're just shy for the audio devices. There's a medium palette here for 800. I need more cash. And that mystery palette, you know, is just going to be trash. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Bear with me just a second, friends. Sorry about that, friends. I was helping. So yeah, I'm gonna do one of these here pallets. And then I think we'll do another day in the store, and then I'll bring our adventures to a close. I apologize that my brain has been absolute goo. I did that thing where I went to bed and actually slept at a vaguely sensible hour, and then woke the fuck up at like 2 in the morning. Varbles, I can thank you. So to those of you who weren't in earlier, if there's anything you'll want to talk about, you know, as my brain's dropping out, like there's no tomorrow, we can also just talk about fucking Star Wars if you want, because I like Star Wars. You know, I'm never going to pretend like I don't. So Varbles, this Mother Hubbard right here is Returns Outlet Simulator. It is a wonderful background game for banter, and something I've been wanting to play a fair wedge of. Okay. Now I wonder, if I put this on here, put that in there. Alright. A couple extra bob. Because I know the saying is, you know, the worst thing about Star Wars, no one hates Star Wars like Star Wars fans, and I don't think I believe that anymore. But I do think that a lot of people have made it both their personage and their profession to hate Star Wars. I think I'm very done with that mentality. You know, I'm looking forward to seeing what the High Republic becomes, if we get to see more continuation of that. And honestly, was it Carrie-Anne Moss as a Master Jedi was one of the best things they put out in the Acolyte. Oh, and I can patch this one right up. I mean, I know 40k better than I know Star Wars in terms of the literature, and I guess the thing that's interesting to talk about with a Star War. Oh, and I do have that. is that what is and isn't canonical has kind of changed. Whereas it's with 40k, it's not that it's not that the canon has changed, it's that there's so much of it and it all sits in some very weird spots, you know what I mean? You know what, you kids aren't worth these kids aren't worth the time it's going to take to repair them. In the words of Count Dooku, I got shit to do. But it's like, I still remember one of my favorite Star Wars books being about the Cantina Band and how they had like a galaxy-wide spanning hit, but they pissed their money away and they, you know, they kind of went a bit too rock star, and so that's how they ended up owing money to Jabba. They couldn't pay back, which is why they end up playing like Jabba's palace. They end up being a house band, basically as indentured slaves. No, I'm gonna save some cash. Oh, did we get any? Not much choice. It's because you fucking bought everything in there. This is why I... Sorry. That's why I closed early. No perk points. Right. Yeah, it does sound like... that's the typical, like, jizz musician arc. And you can't uncanonize jizz. Space jazz. Jizz. Quickly followed by George Lucas going, "What's the internet?" I don't know. I still love a good Star Wars. Disney can take my jizz from my cold, dead hands. Wait, no, say it with your whole chest, Verdant. Say it with your whole chest. I like to imagine anyone who comes in the store has to listen to our conversations. Scotty reckons that Gaming Granny was selling headsets to her kids at 25% markup. Hey, that's her business. She can open a store next to mine. Oh, our store being called Time to Profit, with a TTP store. Fast, efficient, predictable. Oh. It's interesting to think, though, that the thing that stopped us having more good Star Wars games has just been bad business. Right? Like, comparing Warhammer and Star Wars in terms of how it's handled, like, from a business standpoint, is actually kind of fascinating. Because... some of you may not know, Warhammer used to be wholly... Okay, Warhammer's video game adaptations was wholly owned by one company, THQ. So everything like Dawn of War and all of those early Warhammer games were basically sub-licensed by THQ. So it's like... it all went through one house. LucasArts had their own in-house games and then tried doing some like licensing deals in the ilk, and in the end they just did a similar deal with EA, which is like, right, EA gets to make Star Wars games, and well, we know how that fucking went, because EA don't give a shit and they just wanted more ginormous super online hits, you know, loot box vehicles and the ilk. Whereas what we needed was smaller projects within that scope. You know, I'd like to shit on their what they did with Star Wars Battlefront, but honestly, I think actually what they did with the 80. I think what they did with the X-Wing game is probably the most telling of like their opinion of it. You know, the audience who were desperately waiting for a new X-Wing or TIE Fighter game
were not the target audience of what they created. Was he disappointed there was no microphones? I mean, he's already probably got a fucking podcast. I mean, shit, he probably broke his last podcasting mic. Not bent. Yeah, Restless Roots, and a good Rogue Squadron game as well. But it's just that thing of like, you can't, I don't know, not looking at the audience who really enjoyed it and how to bring those experiences forward. You know, that Star Wars game should not have been a squad v squad online only dogfighting game. What they should have done was either, if you want to go big budget, do a big budget follow-up in the vein of X-Wing Alliance, like an open galaxy flying around, have whatever Star Wars ships you want kind of game. Or do it low budget, do it indie, right? When I say do it indie, I mean like emulate the chunky, low poly graphics of yore. You know, make TIE Fighter 2. Oh, you want headphones, do you? So you can't hear your fucking... Well, I'm tired of listening to you as well. Fucking where? I'm talking about Star Wars. You can have your 50p's and you can fuck off. Oh, wait, no. I almost nearly gave her $80. She nearly had the best fucking day of retail she's ever fucking had. Yeah. I mean, Fred, would that I could jump into EA's catalogue of bullshit with a crowbar and go get so many of those licenses they've just been sitting on. PVS, what and welcome. And the thing is, like, EA don't give a shit. They are strip mining what little things they have left. Oh, and PVS, what and welcome. Hope you're doing well. How goes Operation Cross Country? Keep selling out of stuff. That's right, good. When he's telling me it's surprisingly cheap, does that mean I'm fucking up, or...? Anyway. We did make $2,000 today, so that's pretty good. Ah. I don't have any headphones. Oh, do you want headphones? Oh, fucking headphones. Go to the headphone store. And we get to bunk off early because we sold everything. Boof. $2,000. Back of the net. Recycling bins, advanced tools, accountant, A and C class pallets. There's a class. Although tools as a category, people do love tools. We have been selling a lot of audio. Oh, self-checkout. Did you eat? We've only got recycling bins. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Big pallets. Okay, we're not actually ready for that. Okay, we'll soon be able to buy video games. Alright. Yeah, we were just talking about a spot of Star Wars, but friends, I think I'm going to bring our adventures to a close, because I've kind of hit my mental capacity today. As I was saying, I slept like shit last night. So I'm only offering you all a casual 6-hour stream. I know, I'm slacking.
So to recap from today, save my game. Time to profit. Yay. Sorry, Fearless. Well, honestly, I was playing Return to Outlet Simulator because I've wanted to fuck around on this, and honestly, it's just fun. But to recap our day, right? So earlier on today, we played Forgotten Blood. It's very rough. It has the spark. All right, like this may turn into a great game. There's a creativity and there's a something special here. You know, it's hard to put into words, but it's very janky and very rough. At one point, I thought it was soft locked. Turned out it just had a really esoteric. I shouldn't even say esoteric. It was a very point and click style puzzle. We were locked in a room, and we had to. The only clue we had was fire, so we took out a torch, and waving the torch around lit the candles, which opened the magical door that got us out. But it's rough. It's really rough. We got stuck in the geometry, and that was the point where I was like, I'm going to transition from experiencing this game to being very negative about it, and I don't want to sit there and shit on somebody's first commercial release. They don't deserve that. Like, hopefully it does well. But yeah, it's currently hitting at mostly negative. So after that, we just sat and talked about Sony all day. We talked about so much. Do not worry, friends. I'll see if I can find someone cool to pass you on to later on this evening. Okay. Got a few cool kids kicking around. Right, sorry, here's me completely spacing. Okay, so if there's anything we didn't get a chance to chat about today, we've got a whole Discord of Bantermancy. God, okay, my head is gone. Yeah, Scott, you get some sleep. Someone around here has to. Right. That's it from me. Your choices as to where we go after. I have 3 choices for you. I can offer you art, I can offer you games, or I can offer you RoboCop. Those are the 3 choices I've got for you. Okay. Yeah, I'm full of tough choices. But seriously, this has been a lovely little day. Sorry I've been a bit out of it. How about them video games? How about them video games? Yeah. Just thank you all. Alright? After Saturday being bombastic, yesterday being lovely, and today being excellent, I'm kind of riding on a little cloud. To Legend, Lance, Martin, Keldra, Orzine, J-Post, Puns, Caffeine, and Varbles. All of you were celebrating long sprays. Some of you, the full, what is it? What are we at? 93 months is like the max. But none of them were short. So seriously, all of you, fucking thank you. To Eraman, Vershi, Akari, Simple Chaos, Vanbeast, Shitaru. Bits are the only thing. Well, bits and donations are the big thing that keeps us going. So, and again, Scotty, fucking thank you. to the Hamsternator and Restless Roots. Thank you for bringing raids in. And Restless Roots, you are consistently one of the peeps that bring folks over. And I don't think I've said enough thank yous for that, but I mean it. Thank you. And last but by no means least, the mod team. Hard working, hard suffering. To Nova and Tal, to Moose and Caffeine. Seriously, thank you. Yes, we need to do a mod meeting. Yes, we need to have a sit-down chat. The when is the excellent question. But I'm looking forward to catching up with you all. So John Deere was the only person with a strong opinion. So I'm going to pass you over to Jitst Po, who is working on Kook, a fascinating looking FPS. And they're currently just doing some game dev on a Wednesday night. Tomorrow's Blueprints. So, fuck yeah. See, and John Deere, this is why I don't say who we're going into, because I like to give everybody a choice as to what kind of vibe they're feeling, rather than like picking the homies we always raid into. But here we are. You know, we have too many homies who are streaming loads, who are all streaming right now. I basically put the choice up to y'all, so I don't have to feel guilty about who we pick. But that's it from me. All right. Yeah. If anything crazy pops off in the world of games, then we'll know it tomorrow. Well, yeah. That's it. Have a wonderful space time. Or, if you're playing The Watcher, have a wonderful in-between space and time. Okay, before I completely melt. Love to you all. See you tomorrow. And good night, you beautiful folks! Cow. Hang on. There we go.